Okay, now I'm getting audio through. Okay.
Yay. I like how you're like, oh, I'm gonna make sure all my audios are set up, and I'm like, let's go live. Oh fuck, I forgot to load up everything. I got smacked with a plushie. But did it hear anything? Let's find out. This is how I usually do. Is I usually just test things on myself. So like I'll be here and I'm like throw love aggressively at myself. What do you know? There's fucking music. There's noise. And now I have to test one more because you gotta test shit. Make sure things are going through. Like it did Crocodile in the beginning because it does Crocodile whenever someone redeems first. But I'm at the freaking starting soon screen, so of course nobody can hear it but me. It's just my way of being told, hey, there's somebody here, which is fabulous. Fantastic. Thank you, Psycho, for showing up first. Again. Oh, see, I wasn't paying attention. I don't know if that went through. I'm gonna try it again. Nope. See, it didn't go through. Didn't go through. Lumia didn't load up. Properties. Lumia. I might have to close Lumia because I can hear it, but you guys can't hear it.
I had to manually set my
Lumia?
Lumia's input and output.
No, usually. Usually it's just there, but I think
Yeah.
had a stream reset or something. Computer, I think the computer reset, remember? Show
Yeah, yeah.
It says everything's working fine. Like, here's what's in it from, right?
I don't know
Advanced
why.
audio property. This is what happens. We're just troubleshooting. A little bit troubleshooting, then stream is gonna be like super awesome, you know? What if I just leave it, like exit out and then exit back in? How we do? We do this first. Get everything working. How are you guys doing? Fill us in. Yeah, it worked that time. Haha. Yep. I just had to unselect it and then reselect it. Oh, good now. But I'm good. I'm ready to play this game. Was I hosting last time or were you? I think I was.
You were hosting, yeah.
Oh.
I don't know why, but I'm not getting the game audio coming through OBS. I'm gonna try restarting the game.
Oh, I have Spotify music still on too. Do we want that on? Do we want Spotify music on or off?
The game has music. The music's nice, but it's not always playing.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Or sometimes it's really quiet.
Okay.
So I think it is a good idea to have Spotify.
The game. I'm gonna pause it. And I will send you link to a jam. As soon as I can. There.
Thank you.
We're gonna be the introspection playlist. Seems chill.
It is great for this game. Weird.
There you go. Without the period. I think I just typed a period for no reason. So it's going through OBS. Oh, it's kind of quiet. Yeah, we'll turn the volume up a little bit. There we go. Who's that? Who threw something at me? Who did it? Captain Europe, how you doing? Team Ad Cool. Ad Cool. Okay. I'm the ad cool. All right. I'm gonna continue now. Multiplayer. I'm gonna click multiplayer. Host session. Tristan's gonna join me. Adorable and cool. I love it. I love it. Here we go. Okay, cool. I think you should just join in now, maybe?
I think I can just join off you, yeah. I will in a little bit. I just need to join the Spotify.
I'm trying to remember
I'll
if
go
I
live.
played this with. No, I didn't play it with a controller last time. Okay. I got a new radio signal received on the map all the way over here. They need to add a teleport option. So I was kind of looking. Ooh, that's so pretty. I'm gonna go to sleep,
Weird.
so you can't have me not sleeping in the day.
Okay.
What?
Um.
Do I have to invite you?
No, 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 no. Haven't tried joining yet.
Okay. What is that? Weather balloons, maybe? Something.
I'll try restarting my OBS.
I was looking at some of the upgrades and I was wondering how cool we could make this outside part here. But you know what we could do is while Tristan's getting everything set up, so we don't wind up leaving his ass, we could do some like redecorating, you know? I mean, there's no wind, or just that we have nowhere to put the wind.
Oh, I see. There. Okay, that's fixed it. It was my default.
Your default what?
Audio output was not set to the right thing.
Oh, awesome week streak. That's fantastic, Amira. That your default audio output was what?
Wasn't set to the right thing.
I'm gonna turn down the music volume because, and we'll prioritize Spotify music. Scrap metal into bolts, food processor. I could do this.
What should I make my stream title?
Mine is Outbound, the road trip continues. It's very clever, I know. I asked Mimi to help generate it.
Um,
Recipe discovered. Point. What do I do with it? Nobody knows yet. I think I'm gonna drive us over to a place where we can get some basic bitch wood. Yeah, how you doing, hon? She hit me with a plushie. Babe, she hit me with a plushie.
we're gonna have to end her.
Okay. Live?
Yeah.
Sorry, Nat.
It's just it has to be this way, Nat.
I feel like we're on our way to somewhere. Well, I might be able to get some. I don't want to.
Right, if I go
I don't want to go
here.
further forward without Tristan. You threw a plushie at me.
Second.
You were there. You noticed the plushie being thrown at me.
Oh, I might need an invite.
Okay. Multiplayer. Invite friends. It was nice. It wasn't nice and soft when I gave you that. All right, I sent you an invite. Did you get it?
Oh my god, I got him in there.
Ooh.
I stepped in there. I authenticating.
Did I leave you at the campsite?
Might be in the car.
Eh.
Okay. I'm in you.
Oh my god, Tristan, get out of my lap.
No! I wanna be in your
Tristan, you can't sit in my lap. This is this isn't that kind of stream.
If you go into third person view.
Oh my
it goes
god,
like
Tristan.
that. I can't get out when you move it.
You're just floating back.
Okay.
Alright, we're gonna go get some more wood, babe, because we need more
Okay.
wood for decorating purposes.
Yippee!
Hi, Josh.
Oh yes, we need to start the collab thingy.
Oh, yeah.
Let me send you an invite. There we go. Invite sent, maybe?
I've stopped so that I can get your invite.
Wait, I can get out now.
No. Okay, there we go. Why is my door wide open? Why'd you leave my door wide open?
You're not even in your seat right now.
I am.
You're in the back.
No, I'm in my seat. You're in the passenger seat. You
Seeing
just
bored
left my
down.
door. You just left my. Oop, oop, there's some wood. I found some wood. This is what I came here for.
Yay!
Are you gonna end him for throwing a plushie? No. Just you, Nat.
Well, I need to start chat. I've got to do that.
I'm just kidding. I'll end everybody for throwing a
There we
plushie.
go.
Yay, shared chat.
Yippee!
Oh, Nat's offended. It's okay. It's okay.
It's okay, Nat.
Hey,
You
would
can
you
be
like to
offended.
take a guess at who's on my bed, Nat? Would you like to take a guess at who's on my bed who loves me so very much that is on my bed? Came to cuddle with me?
And it's not me.
It's Kit Kat. Yes, it is. I lied.
Yes.
I just turned around. He left.
Oh, he was on the
He
bed.
was on the bed.
I remember this
Yes, it
waterfall.
was
We
Valerie.
spotted it.
Totally, it was Valerie. That'd be hilarious. Oh my god.
Imagine if we just turned around and somehow she's silent. It's not.
And she's just laying there, big grin on her face. Although we got to eat some delicious bread that apparently
Yeah.
you gave Valerie today. That was yummy.
Thank you for that, Josh.
Here we go. Hold on. I need to go chop some wood, sawmill some wood.
Or some planks. I see you. Oh,
There we go. There we go.
I see. I need. We still need to figure out how to make thread.
Right.
That's what we were up to last
I was
time.
thinking we could go back to this, get a new, I don't know, maybe we should go. It looks like
Yeah.
there's still a campfire in between here and where that new radio signal is.
Yes.
Let's go.
Smart. Yeah.
Let's go get that. You just help direct me. Help direct me to where I go past that
Yeah.
campsite, but towards the radio signal.
Yeah. I am the navigator. I am Nami.
I am going to stop from time to time now. Because I do want wood. Regular wood. Everwood. Ow! Why was that so loud?
We have bottle cap.
What the fuck?
I don't know what was so loud, but I'm gonna beat it up.
That was like, that one wasn't nearly as loud. I am so confused. She did the throw love at me, and for some reason it was so freaking loud, and I don't understand.
Oh no.
But the second time she did it, it wasn't loud at all. So I don't know. I don't know. I am wondering if things are lagging.
Maybe a little bit.
What would be causing lag? Could it be that I have ChatGPT up? Surely not. Surely not.
What could I have open? That's causing lag.
I think everything about it was loud the first time it was, right? I have no idea.
I don't think we have any
Yamaki.
bottle caps.
We don't have any bottle caps? Okay, well,
No.
we might pick some up along the way.
Yeah. Okay, so at this, turn right up here.
Okay.
It's gonna take us to an area we haven't been through.
That's fine. I just want to pick up some wood.
Yeah.
Even head pats. I don't know if my head pats are working. Every time I
And then
look
that next
over at them, they're not.
intersection, you want to take a left.
Okay.
Wood!
Wood. Found a singular wood I needed to stop for.
Oh, there was also another wood on this
Oh,
side.
nice.
There's a big piece.
So is mine.
Nice. It's 10 wood.
Why are you trying to scare me?
No, she's leaving without me.
Goodbye, Tristan. This is the end. Alright.
Can't open up your door.
Said I need to make a left up here?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then another left at the next intersection.
Okay. We could do that.
I'm just getting the unexplored part on
Single
the map.
wood. Single wood. One wood.
That behind us is the paint thing? Yeah. Okay, we're drifting.
I've got mad skills. Mad drifting skills, yo.
We're gonna do some donuts.
Donuts in the RV. Okay. There's a lechonk in the chat if you were looking to try and catch a lechonk for whatever reason.
Chunky, so left here.
Okay.
And you can probably see the smoke on the left. That's the campfire.
Oh, I see it. I was looking
Right.
way left.
Apparently there's 3 campfires we haven't lit, and I mean 2 more after this one.
Okay, hold on. Let me get that one wood that I took out earlier.
Some litter.
Just one. Just one. I don't need to take out 82. I just want to take out one. Just one. Just.
Nice. I got one from the supply cache.
Oh, all right. That works. Do this then.
You can do it if you want, though.
I can't. I don't have one in my inventory yet.
Oh,
It was
no.
giving me the option to take out 82. I didn't want all 82.
Oh no.
But it is nice to know that we have 82.
Got a few bits of litter.
All right, let's camp here for tonight.
Yeah, sounds good. I'm just looking on the map of them. So we're making our way to that signal, right?
Yes, because we need more recipes. We also need more tickets, probably.
I have been chucking in whatever we have.
I have 5 tickets.
Okay, there's 2 in the thing, and I have...
Now I have 7.
4 on
Now I have 7.
Okay, cool.
I was thinking,
Yeah.
after we stopped playing the last time, I was thinking, I wonder what the coolest, like, base we could make is.
Yeah. Yeah, we were talking about that while we were falling asleep.
I wanted to, like, load up, like, part of me really wanted to just be like, okay, I just want to just, like, make my own, you know, in my own time, and just see what the best thing I can make is, but also I didn't want to do that. Wait, do we not have this one?
We've got this
Oh,
one.
okay. So I was thinking, but I didn't want to spoil anything, any like story stuff. I would have I'll probably wind up making my own little RV at some point, just as like cozy time for myself, you know, but not this world. Oh my God, there's so much wheat.
Right again.
There's so much wheat and wood.
Let me get the wood.
There's wood and wheat.
Oh my God, so much wheat. We can make some wheat with it.
We can make bread.
We can now, actually. Yeah, that's good.
But we need more water.
Yes. So any well we drive past, we should stop at.
Just taking a a leisurely stroll through the wheat.
I got what was on this side, so I'm gonna bring the
Yeah, pull the car up.
car up. Brum brum.
Brum drum.
I'm in a broom.
You're in a broom.
I'm a witch.
Oh, there's more over here.
Oh, this is the
I cannot
the
stop
power
until
thing.
I have all of the wheat.
I'm gonna run over to the recipe thing because it's just off the road
Oh,
this way.
wait, the new one? All right.
The one that the alert one.
Okay. Guess I'll just run around and collect wheat, dude.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes.
Oh, we really aren't far. Yeah. Go ahead.
The other option was to drive over the hills, and I think the the car would have gotten stuck.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, some metal. Okay, there's only one recipe: the standalone power unit.
Ooh. Okay.
Some chairs over here. I think I stacked this rock before. There's some wood and some rocks over here, so I may as well grab them.
Standalone power. I have so much wheat in my inventory and I'm hungry. Can't eat the wheat.
No. I hate that. Yeah.
Come retrieve me.
Oh, I hurt my legs rolling down a hill.
Where are you?
Over by the signal tower.
I don't know where that is in relation to me. Oh, Jesus. I'm gonna starve
Way
to
behind.
death. I'm gonna run up here and see if these are blueberries.
I actually don't know what happens when you run out of food. Is it an insta death or do you just go down in health?
Probably down in health.
Probably.
I'm gonna
Running
starve
over
here.
to the van now.
Okay. Come retrieve me. Bring me blueberries.
I'll bring you everything.
Making lunch. What would you like? Grilled cheese sandwich and tomato soup.
Yes. Yes, we were talking about that while eating dinner.
We're eating two completely different meals and talking about grilled cheese sandwiches and tomato soup because that shit sounds good. I see you. I'm coming. I don't even know how much wheat I got. 15 apparently. Jeez, that was not worth it. I thought I got a lot more than that.
You went to the wrong side of the car. What do I still need to do?
I have four.
Yeah, we should probably go to that landmark, which we were actually near.
Yeah, we were near. We were on our way there, but I said I didn't want to go
Yeah,
there
and then
without you.
yeah.
And I figured we could look around. And look, we got a bunch of wheat while we were right here too, so just saying. What are these things? Trees, probably. Anyways, what do we got here? Van's all nicely charged up.
Okay, cool.
Alright, let's go.
Ah!
Wait. Let me check something.
We can't take that elevator up because we have to activate it from the top. We've still got 2 more paintings to find. We must have missed one painting in one of the points of interest. One more signal tower.
I'm trying to figure out because didn't you get the ability to? Was it like the ability to learn a power thingy? Standalone power.
Yes, the standalone power.
What is that?
It might be a building. Build with your hammer.
Oh, turn your lumber and fiber into pure power. Burns organic material into lumber. Is that not just like?
We have that in the boot, but it lets you put it like in the base, I guess.
Oh, well, I don't want that.
Well, it's the only thing I can choose from
No,
there.
it's okay. Yeah, we can
We
make a
have this.
We can make a solar panel. We don't need that though, because we'll get the wind panel. We're actually doing pretty good, I think.
Yeah, we're doing really good on
Okay.
on things.
All right, let's go. All right, I want to head in this general direction towards a question mark.
Once you get to the road.
Small child said hi. Hello, small child.
Hello, small child.
Macaroni and tomato soup? Yeah.
Macaroni and oh,
I mean,
yeah.
it could be alright, but nah. Making toasties, that works.
Okay, take a right here. Well, around the corner.
Right into this rock right here.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome. That's what I'm here for.
I remember that we couldn't take the elevator up, so we had to go back around.
Right. I did see that if you look forward and stuff like that, they're like weather balloons or something up there.
Oh,
Do
cool.
I
Oh,
enjoy
yeah.
Tristan's favorite food? I don't know. I have not had it.
We haven't had it yet. Yeah.
But
She said,
I probably won't, to be honest. I probably will not.
take a right. She said she's hesitant, but would be willing to try
I'd
it.
be willing to try it, but I haven't had it yet. Apparently, they had it a lot before I got here.
Not really. No, it was a very irregular thing.
No, you. What?
Hmm?
What? Compared to how irregular you usually had it a lot.
Oh yeah, which is like at most once every few months, rather than once a year if we're lucky.
Tristan, why did you not respond to Josh's photo?
You sent a photo? I left at this one.
Okay. Because we're streaming, maybe. I don't know. When did you send it?
Optus sent me a message. Oh, Josh sent me a message. Oh, he put our wedding photo up in their fridge.
Oh, I love that.
Yay.
Why did you not respond to me? Who? Who? Who?
Ooh,
I've been out. Hold on, I'm gonna check my phone and see if anybody's messaged me. Looks like nobody's messaged me. I'm in the clear. Oh, but it does
we
say
have
it.
off.
Hey, look, babe, look. This game says it's been a while. We've prepared something new. Come join us. That game that I was playing earlier. It's been a while.
It's been a
It's
while.
been like
Like
half an hour, dude. I had to go
we
eat
had
dinner.
dinner. So long.
So there's this game that I'm playing that is terrible.
It is garbage.
It is absolute trash. But it now lives on my phone and I regret nothing. And everything. I regret nothing while I'm not playing it, and I regret everything while I am. It is absolutely terrible. It's one of those like things that poses itself as a brain teaser. It's like, oh, it'll help you think about what you could possibly do, but like nobody in their right mind would ever think of these solutions. Like, oh, where should we hide the money? We should hide it in the toilet.
Oh my
We
god.
should cut a hole in the back of the plushie and put it in the plushie, and maybe she won't notice that the bunnies got fatter. Uh, uh, while she's knocking on the door with her head angrily.
It is.
It is
It is a
it is a
game.
game. Yep. Anyways, oh, I can eat these mushrooms. Consume. Yum. All right, all right. Let's get some power going on. I don't know why I've decided here is the spot, but it is.
Yeah, that's fine.
We got. Let's see.
Let me
Oh
see what
my
other
goodness.
recipes.
Cat charm brings 9 years worth of luck. Hello. We'll put that right there. What else? Do we not have two? Where else would we hang them? Needs to be hung from rear view mirror, but we only have one of those. Ugh, rude.
Threads of that.
These are nasty. These are ugly.
Ah yes, let me finish harvesting crops
I should
and plant
probably
some
work on.
new.
Let's see. This is gonna be. Let's see. Battery and power. This is space, building space, weight capacity, and like physical space. And then there's this right here, which is what we can build. So redwood plank and beeswax. We haven't even accessed these yet. Oh, here we go. We can get a window walls variety pack here, but we need more everwood planks and silverbark planks. So let's see what we've got over here.
Oh yeah, we can make those.
Uh, take out 20. Why not? Why not? We can do this. Oh, there we go. Well, I've got 10, at least 10. And then we need thread so we can make clothes. And we don't know how to make thread yet.
Yeah, thread is like a few things we'll be able to get, which would be really nice.
Seashells also. We haven't visited a beach.
It might be the next zone or the
Maybe.
area we're heading to.
Possibly.
I'm gonna go with the next zone.
There's a lot of stuff we haven't seen yet.
Done a good job of exploring this map.
Yeah, it's a pretty big map. I would have thought this was like all of it, but no, it looks
No,
like
this is
up there. It looks like it's got like an arrow up there. You see
yeah,
up north?
yeah. This
That's
is
the
the
arrow
first
going into the
zone.
next area up north, like even further north. We were close to where we're just going to go back to this other uh question mark point.
Yeah, yeah. Uh, oh, to be fair, if we make the better pickaxe, that's what we're needing thread for, is the better pickaxe, so we can actually mine the rocks to get through.
Right, that's right. You're right. You're right.
And there were some rocks
Oh
down
my
south as
God,
well
we
that.
have more window options.
Did you see it? Oh, no, sent a message.
To you?
It's a pooper
What?
to us.
Huh?
It's a poopy.
Puppy. Okay, makes more sense.
Yeah.
Makes more sense. I was very confused as to why she sent you a pooper. I was like, ew, gross. Yuck.
To be fair, she just sent me a photo of one of her kids. I could still call that a pooper.
True. But she sent you a picture of her butt. What? What an odd reaction.
No. Hold, please. Hold?
Oh my God, she's gonna send you a picture of her butt.
Please don't. I would prefer to
I need to go down so I can build this up there.
carve my eyes out.
Oh no. That's so mean. She probably has a really nice butt. There we go. Now we've got a gap in the walls. Fuck, what the fuck? How did this happen?
What? Oh my god.
Look, there's a
What?
gap in the walls.
Weird, but it's not in any of the other. What?
What if I...
Just in the new.
Okay, what if it's...
They
What
are
if... Yeah, I was thinking maybe they're backwards. Jesus Christ, let me down. Okay.
Okay. I'll be up here to tell you. Still gap.
Oh, really? Okay, what about the triangle windows? Because I just spent a lot to upgrade this shit. Better?
Yeah, there's still a gap.
Oh my God, fucking whatever. Look, we're just gonna... It's gonna be nice and airy. Okay? I don't understand. Whatever. Why are you in the floor?
Weird. Oh, because I touched the ladder. It's weird that this. I don't know what's going on.
I don't either. But we got power, so we're good. We can actually we can just go to sleep.
Eepy sleepy.
Done. She said done. Wait,
Oh
hold
my
on.
god, she
Done what?
sent us another message. Oh my god. Orange cat. Going
Aww,
blep.
I love the blip cat. The blip cat is adorable.
You blep kitty. Bleppy blep blep.
I did get a little concerned. She's about to send a picture of her butt, though. Wait, more wood.
Oh, it would have respawned. Heh, would
Would.
have. Would have.
Good wood. Get it? Hee
Heh, heh. Giggity.
My Kindle had an update, and now it can read my books to me when I'm busy. Aw, that's nice. That's
That is
awesome.
a great update. Audiobooks. Oh, yes, a
She'll never
well-written
read a
one.
book again. I mean, with her eyes.
Oh, there's a gnome here that we missed, but
Oh, good.
I've gathered from that well before.
Good thing that we.
Great.
Uh.
Uh,
Have you seen our van?
huh. What's up with it?
Okay, come look at my screen.
Oh, yeah, it's not floating for me. Hey, hackers, and it's floating.
This text to speech, and you telling me it's not top quality? Top quality, read to you by Steven Spielberg.
Let me
That's
fix
not the
it.
Stephen I was going with. Although my brain was going between Stephen Fry and Stephen Hawking. I mean,
Oh,
it
no.
could be read by Stephen Hawking, and you just wouldn't know.
Stephen
Text to
Fry, though,
speech.
is
No, it's
great.
just read by Stephen Hawking. Yeah.
I need to
I'm
listen to more
heavy.
Harry Potter audiobooks. Oh no, you're heavy.
Oh no, our house fell down. Not really fell down, it got put away.
Put it back
There
in.
it is. I can't listen to audiobooks, they make me uncomfortable. Oh, really? Well, I mean, at least it's an option. Okay, right. Let's go. Let's hit the road.
You're the passenger seat. That's my seat.
Oh, whoops. Definitely thought I was in
You'd
the
be driving if we were in
driver's seat.
Australia.
Oh yeah, that's right. I will learn eventually to drive in Australia.
Why are we going over the hill?
I don't know. There's a well over here.
I got this stuff from
Oh
there.
yeah, I knew that.
We need to go across the bridge behind us
Right.
that we're facing.
Yeah, I know. I know that's where I was going.
Yeah, you're just taking the long way.
Just take it along. Take it a long way, babe.
And then take a left once you get over.
Okay. Oh wait, there's more wood.
There is more wood. All this wood we got before has respawned.
Yeah. Hey.
I'm gonna run over the bridge first. Whee!
Hit him with our car. Are we going this way? Left?
Yeah, left.
Left.
And then we need to go back up the hill
Look,
to get
there's.
in the wood.
No, it's a burning. Okay, run. Okay. Okay, there's more wood. So we need to get the wood.
One wood.
Two. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wood. More wood. More wood.
All the wood.
And carrot. Just a single carrot.
One carrot.
How much everwood do we have now? 170.
Oh, Jessie said she thinks it's because of the type of book she reads.
Oh my god. And then he said, oh whoa.
Oh, whoa, that's a big butthole.
He said, do you want me? And she said, yes, I want you. And then he looked into her big green ocean eyes and said, I am yours.
Wait, there's enough werewolves because a lot of like the AI generated books
I woo, I
that
woo.
are very saucy that I see ads about on my phone. It's all just werewolves.
I woo, I woo. I wish that was what I was reading. Hey, I'm trying to make it somewhat PG for stream, okay? I know it's an 18 plus channel, but I'm not, I'm not here to read spicy content.
We're just making content for people that are of an older age, not.
Oh my god.
Wait.
Tell me it's
Oh
not
wait,
gonna tell me to turn around.
it's the one just down the hill behind us. That's fine though. I'll get out and run to it.
Let's fucking go.
Let's go. If you take just a left, yep.
Look, I'm taking a shortcut.
Whee! We're upside down again.
Eh.
Wait, if you do the unstuck again, it might put us down
Oh
there.
yeah, maybe. There we go. Alright.
Oh, no, we're at the top of the hill.
Damn it.
Oh, hang on. I'm getting out and I'm running away.
I see the signal tower. I see it.
Can't swim across the water.
Damn it.
Oh, but now I'm stuck. Oh, no,
Let
I got
me
out.
down. Okay. Oh yeah, there we go. I somehow survived it.
You're going off-roading.
Yeah.
Ow, I just took a lot of damage. I am less durable than the camper van.
Well. Oh.
Oh, nice!
Oh yeah. See?
Professional. Yeah, it's that signal tower right there. Go, my love, you got this. I'm gonna wait at the
Oh,
top of the hill.
Tristan got a raid.
I got a raid?
Yeah,
Yo!
very nice.
Yo!
Welcome in, raiders.
Thank you. I don't think my raid alert is set up,
No, it's
but
not. Teams.
thank you. Hello,
Do we
I am Stinky.
tablet? No. Metal tables, chill chairs. Oh yeah, we need more lights.
I am 41% stinky.
We haven't gotten into the whole like decorating with metal yet. We could be.
I need to set up the stinky command in my chat.
You do. It's really easy. I'll help you out later.
We're going to ignore that one. It's in the center of the map.
Is it? Ugh.
Oh my god.
Damn, Kiero, the fuck? Holy shit.
Oh my god. Thank you for
I
the
say
raid,
that, but let me
Kiara.
see
How
this.
you doing? How was
I'm only
your
57.
stream?
Okay, we're good. Damn, Kiero. Fuck. That is 28% stinky. She was like, I showered today.
Hard. Oh, nice.
Very nice.
Indeed hard.
Where's Tristan?
I'm up the hill.
Oh, he ran away. He's like, fuck this.
Heyo.
Fuck this shit, I'm out. That's what he
If I
said.
followed you too much, I would have died.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
He was trying to jump down mountains and it wasn't working.
Oh, my Lumia alerts just aren't working. Okay, cool.
Well, you could always set them back up. Hydrate. That's me. Me hydrate. I have Coke.
Oh, because Lumia crashed in the background. That's what it was. Now let me.
Yum yum. I hydrated with Coke Zero. Yes, it is. It is same. It is like water.
Whatever that is. I don't know. I don't know if you heard that.
I didn't hear anything, but I wouldn't, would I?
Symbol.
Get out with a car.
Hey, look, I'm in the passenger seat now. Thank you for picking me up.
You're welcome.
It's good life advice. If you're trying to pick your friend up in a car, just hit them with it, and they'll be in the passenger seat.
Oh, it says we might need a charge soon. So once we get to the top of the hill, I'm gonna open everything up.
Yeah, I think it uses a lot more energy when we're going up hills.
Yeah, it does.
And down hills and then uphill again.
I mean, it makes and then rolling downhill.
Yeah, and then maybe doing unstuck and getting put back up the top of the hill.
Yeah. We should pick up more of these silverwood thingies, though.
We should. There's a lot around. Oh my god, there's a ton around.
All right. Well, I'll get to the center of this, and we'll just go pick a bunch up.
We have done this campfire.
Yeah. Right. There we go.
Shut.
How do I get? Okay, I'm gonna check my map. It has decided to tell me that's where it is. I'm gonna ignore it. I'm gonna pick up some of this stuff too. This rough stuffing.
Oh, the cattails.
Yeah. Tristan model when? August 1st.
August 1st. We have models.
Technically he has a model that's like my model, but it's also shit, and would just rather he'd rather sit in a trash can, which is fair.
It's not necessarily I'd rather. It's just
it's not
easier.
It's not, it is easier. Augustus 1st, exactly.
Augustus 1st. Oh my god.
Yeah.
We are Roman.
August 1st. That's our 1-year wedding anniversary, and that is when that's when we're debuting our new models, and we're so excited about it.
Yeah, we're gonna do a week-long sabaton.
See, did I have a little sneak peek thing? I could show you guys What is this?
Yeah, it's almost been a year
Oh,
since
no,
we've been
that's
married.
me in a bowl of broth. My bad. How awkward.
How long? A month and a half. It will be a year since we got married.
Okay, I'm gonna see if I can't load up our video teaser. I had a teaser that I made. I want to show you guys because I made it and I'll do what I want. So I'll get burp.
Oh, this is where that guy was. Okay. I'm gonna check how long this cliff face while you're doing that for the.
Forgot that I had this bad twerking gif on my on my computer.
It's your birthday next month, Jesse. Yeah.
Jesse's getting old.
My knees are already giving out.
That's a teaser gif. I don't need a teaser gif.
Did you see
Clone.
them all? Did you send more pictures? Oh my god, you did. So many pictures of orange cat going
I
blep.
need to see.
Oh my god, so many pictures.
Oh my god, got 10 attachments. I love that fucking cat, dude. That cat is so adorable. We're gonna get ourselves a big dumb orange cat one day. And his name's gonna be Kyo. We already know. You're gonna be 42 already? Jeez, man. It's been for
Wow.
so long.
42, dang.
Is this the one? If not, it's gonna be awkward.
Is this the spot where people dump their bodies into the
Tristan has found
waterfall
something.
basin?
I'm trying to find the promo vid I made. I'm trying to find it. Where is it? Could just pull up the YouTube video to be real, but
Yeah, you could pull up the YouTube thingy. Somehow I am jumping up a cliff.
is that?
Any rocks I can stack up here? Oh, I can look behind the
No,
waterfall.
that's not it. That's a different one.
Ooh. I can't swim. Aiko, I can't swim.
As in, you can't jump in the water to go swimming?
Yeah.
I know. I'll just find the YouTube video. Whatever. I'll fucking find the YouTube video. I made a YouTube video. What am I doing?
Yeah, we got a debut video up. It's on
YouTube?
YouTube. It's on our socials as well, I think.
Oh. I'm sure I put it somewhere. Let me find. I'm trying to find it. I'm struggling. Oh, it's on TikTok somewhere. It's probably gotten lost. 2026 debut trailer, is that the one? March 9th? I don't feel like that's right.
It might be.
No, that's a different one.
Okay. Oh, that was the earlier one.
Yeah.
Oh, I think it's a short.
Yeah, it is short. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. The thing is I have to make sure that they can actually hear it. Because typically I have the audio off for my desktop.
Yeah, because who knows when, like, just random things are gonna play on looking on the internet.
Right main monitor. Okay, we'll do that for now. We'll do it for now. And then this will be that. Okay, so there's this. Okay, yeah. Maybe there's already. There we go. Oh wow, it's really fucking loud. I'm sorry, guys. Sorry.
Yeah.
Let me turn that down.
Hit by loudness.
Okay, here we go. Your resident soft boy.
I am not hearing that come through your stream.
I've deemed myself princess, so yeah.
Married Vtuber.
Yeah, okay, so there's that. You're welcome, just saying. Oh my god, I might have just had those doubled up for some reason. That might have sounded terrible.
No, you were fine. The audio wasn't coming through the stream.
At all?
Yeah, unfortunately.
What was
I could hear you speaking, and that was it.
You didn't hear none of the music?
Nope.
Oh, that's fucking lame. That's fine. I don't want to show you guys anyways. It's fine. It was little just insert generic music video or insert generic music here stuff. It wasn't crazy. It didn't matter.
It is a lovely music. It is amazing.
You
Ah,
hated
I'm
it. You
crying.
hated it. Get out of here.
Ah. Okay. Actually, something I want to do because I saw it there. Ah, yes, sleeping is good. Oh, you can hold R to set up a tent and go to sleep if you're not near the car.
Oh, that's neat.
Yeah.
I believe you just decided to, instead of sleeping with me, you decided to sleep out in a tent in the wilderness.
No, I didn't do that. I just slept downstairs.
I mean, there's a sleeping spot downstairs.
Yeah, that's where I slept.
Oh, okay.
We want to go right, but I saw a can, like a rock stacky thing over here,
Oh,
and
okay.
I'm not sure if we did it.
I don't know, probably not.
We've been to this tower thingy. We've been over here, but I don't know if we
Oh,
got
I've
it.
been over here. What is that? Oh, it's more scrap. Could always use more scrap. Get more metal.
Yeah, scrap is always useful. If we start making a lot of bolts, we'll go through the scrap very quickly. We haven't
Yes.
stacked this one. Nice. There we go. 11 of 90. But that's 11 of this first zone, and there's 20 total.
I haven't checked on the crops. I haven't been watering the crops.
We're out of water basically, so I just haven't been.
Oh,
I'm waiting
fair.
for the weather. Like if it rains, that'll water them.
That's fair. Oh my god, there's like bamboo and there's, oh my god, all this stuff. We're barely even touched this game.
We have barely touched it.
Time to go. Where are we going? That way? Straight?
The other way on the road. Everything from that the right. Well, everything from that tree forward. These trees forward, we haven't explored.
Okay. Well, then that explains. That's where we were when we logged back on.
There's a house on the left.
Mhm.
May as well follow the road around to
Yeah.
the point of interest.
Yep.
It looks like you'll be taking a left whenever there's an opportunity. Yeah, right at the mailbox.
Okie
This is a lovely game.
It is very cozy. Oh my goodness, is this water? Is this like hella lots of water?
Ooh, it might be. Sunbeam Acres Farm. I'm gonna go check their mail. They might have gotten something. I'm
No
definitely
water
afraid.
supply available. What does that mean? Get the cloud seeders to work. Repair the broken water hose, push the cloud seeders
Ooh,
pump, wait for day, and enjoy the harvest.
they had nothing in their letterbox. Okay, so
Cloud seeders. I found 2 bottle caps.
nice. So we gotta repair the broken water hose.
Found a password data bank for a terminal that's surely near here somewhere.
Scrap metal is needed to repair the hose.
Okay, I don't have scrap metal on me.
We only need 4, so that'll be easy to do once we.
Just taking this person's entire collection of carrots. No carrots for you. All
Ooh,
my carrots.
crate thingy in here. Oh, I found the terminal.
There's a campfire here I know we haven't lit.
Yes.
Did not have any wood.
Okay, I'm getting some more blue bottle caps, blueprints. I found the CD. The terminal is in the room I'm in as well.
Okay.
Lots of bottle caps in here. There we go. Hey, look, a gnome. The Western. It's a gnome with a banana and a like Crocodile Dundee hat.
I love that. Okay, we still need the USB.
Yes. Yes.
Rude. Maybe attend the farmhouse. I still haven't lit this campsite because let me pull it.
Ooh, there's a
I'm gonna
view.
pull the car up.
There's a hammock over here that you can sit in.
Well, that's cool. I will join you in a moment. Just let me pull this up a little bit more so I can light that campfire. Oh, I see you over there. It's adorable.
Oh, more bottle caps. Oh, this is a lovely view.
I want to see. Oh, that's nice. Hold on. I want to sit in the hammock really quick.
Yeah.
Swinging doesn't make sense. Good night, small child.
Good night, small child of the dinosaur-like in variety.
We were talking about him earlier and how he likes the dinosaur magic cards. And he was building a dinosaur deck. I was like, that's so cute.
Oh, another gnome. Jeffrey Johnson.
Oh my gosh,
Sheriff with like Xbox controller.
Jeffrey Johnson. Oh, this is nice. Oh, this is pretty.
It's such a great view, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
We're getting a bunch of bottle caps as well, which is really nice.
Yeah. I got like at least 3, I think. 4.
Nice.
Now we have to find the
Is
Ubis.
this dog
Usum.
shit thingy
It's gonna
for?
stomp over all the decks. Good. I believe it. I'm gonna break into this person's house and steal their carrots. I am just officially hating on this person's love of carrots. I'm like, haha, my carrots.
Join the carrot side. Oh wow, wow. There's a
They have an oven. Oh, please
greenhouse
don't
over.
forget to wash your dishes right after you use them. We don't want to collect a big pile of dishes. Oh, well, there's a big pile of dishes. So,
Oh, hello.
found the signal decryptor.
Lots of litter. Right, the trash should be taken out by whoever leaves last. Don't forget. Okay.
Is it
I'm
full?
feeling
Alright, I'm gonna go break into their little building thingy. Unlock terminal. What do we got? What do we got? Oh, yes.
thread.
Spinning wheel.
Yes, that's gonna give us thread.
To make thread, yeah. Uh-huh.
Oh, that's gonna be so good.
Okay, do we have to make it back here? No. Okay, it's upstairs then.
Yeah, be a build thing.
My goodness. We're gonna need a place to put it. Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna get the scrap out and repair the water hose.
Okay.
More scrap. That's all needed.
Oh, I forgot I got these lamps.
Push the lever. Oh! It's like misting up all the crop area, and it's gonna we get a harvest tomorrow.
Oh, nice.
Of all of it.
Okay.
So yeah, I can just wait the night here once the sun goes down. There is more to explore as well.
How much side do we need? Hold on. Let me look. Okay, for the clothes, we need 4 for shirts and 2 for pants, so 6 each, so 12.
Let me check how much you need for the pickaxe as well.
I'm just gonna make as much as it'll let me make at once.
Yeah.
I don't think it's how much we can make at once. I think it's just how much fibers we have because we gotta turn the fiber into it.
Yes, yeah. Fiber.
So we need
Don't want to
fiber.
stump all over the other decks. Okay. It's only true thread for the pickaxes, which is not crazy.
Okay. So it's misting all over this.
Yeah, mist in all over it, and they'll be ready tomorrow.
Push lever. I wanted to push it myself.
That's what I had to do with the. Oh,
Oh, hello. I found a gnome named Koble.
I found a painting.
Oh, nice.
I still don't know where the other painting is. It must be one of the other points of interest we missed.
Surely. We'll find it eventually.
Yeah.
Or we'll
I'll keep
find it after we
looking at
beat
it.
this game's story. Or we could. What I'd probably do is just like not 100% it here. I would probably play this game for the story mostly here. And then I'd
Yeah.
probably, in my off time, cozy times, just. What
That's
are you?
something we could do later is just like after we've finished this area, quote unquote, just go back through and get everything.
Look, me.
Yeah. Oh, hang on.
I want this lawnmower.
Yeah, it's got a kennel. Wow, the lawn is actually being mowed. It's not just showing the texture.
Mushroom.
There was a thingy over here that I saw as well. If we go over
Where are
these
you?
rocks,
Where are you? Over here? Okay.
oh, yeah, it was like
Oh,
a
these are the
dome.
weather balloon thingies.
Yeah, these are the weather balloons, but there's a dome over there.
Oh, cool. Let's go find out what that is. While it's just casually making string. Thread.
Oh,
I'm slow.
ooh, might actually be a greenhouse thingy.
Oh, wait a second. Wait a second.
Oh, this is the elevator.
Oh.
Let me grab more bottle caps.
Oh, the gnome. Oh, he's
Nice.
so cute.
A water bottle. That'll give you a bottle cap too. Sit in this chair and look at the view. Not as good as the other view, but
I mean, it's not too bad when it's at nighttime because it's like fireflies all over the place. Or dust, like we could be coughing up shit into our lungs.
And then
Oh, look. Now the power's on.
oh, you turn the power on for nice.
So,
So now we can take the elevator up and down.
yeah, that'd be good. And we can get down to those areas easier and get more fiber.
I'm curious where we missed the painting. We got one in the mill and one in this place. I feel like it might be the tree house we missed the painting in.
So heavy. I'm so heavy.
I'm so hairy. Don't you wanna know?
Oh my god. Carrots came back.
Infinite carrots. Mm, I genuinely don't know where the last campfire is. Oh, it might be in that cave that we couldn't access because we didn't have the pickaxe.
Yeah, maybe. So need reinforced planks too.
We can make them, yeah.
How do we
But we
make?
need nails, I think.
How do we make reinforced planks?
Uh, do we have the thing?
Yes, we
Hold
used
on.
to make planks.
We don't have the. We haven't built the thingy to make reinforced planks.
Okay.
Maybe.
Cyclers
Nailing
on
station.
to nailing station.
Yeah. We need
Oh, okay.
everwood planks.
Wait, how much?
We need 6 more everwood planks. I'll get them going.
Okay.
We need a total of 20. Oh, the thread's done. Do you want to get your upgrades first?
I was just gonna make Oh.
I know we won't be able to do whatever one.
Can't do the pants, but we can do a shirt. Well, I can only do one shirt. One shirt if we're gonna use the thread for the hold on, yeah, let's focus on let's do that pickaxe first, it's more important.
Yeah. The pickaxe is what, 2 thread, 3 reinforced planks, and 3 silver bark planks.
I mean, how much?
We need 6 reinforced planks for both of us.
Okay, so 6 for both. So we need 12. So we need a lot. Just a lot, okay.
No, I meant like 6 for both, not 6 each. It's 3 each.
It's still a lot more because I still have to turn them into reinforced.
Oh yes, yeah. Oh, dang. And then metal. Do we have
Also,
enough?
you're over here making silverwood bar planks for some reason.
We need another 3 to make. It also takes the silver bark planks. How much metal do we have? We've got 8 metal. How much metal we need? Okay, we got enough metal.
Never find me. Hee.
Hee-haw!
Hee-haw.
Hee-haw!
You guys need to watch One Piece. Like
You
I
know.
understand like your desire now to like make people watch One Piece.
It's great.
I want to talk about it with everybody, but I'm also like don't want to spoil it for people.
Exactly. Especially with the live action coming out, like
Mm-hmm.
a lot more new people are getting into it and they'll get angry if they get spoilers.
Oh my god, as if that show isn't doing what it can to spoil the show anyways.
Oh yeah. But do not watch the live action first is my.
I'll probably watch the live action just later when I want to giggle.
It is bad. Like things that are set up that are supposed to happen way in the future spoiled immediately in the live action.
I have an upgraded pickaxe.
Nice.
I'm trying to make yours still.
Yeah, if you just chuck the resources in the storage, I can make it once that's all done. I love you.
Yeah, I think that's enough.
Yeah, so yeah. The good thing is as well, because we're waiting here, all the crops will be done in the once we sleep.
Yeah. I was struggling. Okay, you should be good to make your thing now.
Ah, cool. Thank you.
What is needed? Did you already make it?
Yeah, I just finished making it.
Cool, I'm making myself a shirt.
I think we're gonna be 1 short for me to make a shirt as well.
Yay!
3 thread short. Gain some health. Okay, cool, nice.
Guess I made it. I don't know.
Yeah, you would have got more health. I think we're good to sleep.
All right. Well, we did a lot in just this little bit of time.
Yeah, I've got to upgrade a pickaxe.
Oh, and it's raining.
Yes.
Yay!
All the crops are good.
Nice.
All the crops that are out of that aren't
Why is this
under
doing this? Let
thing.
me understand. So we get all this wheat now. Okay. This is the harvest.
Sunshine, lollipops,
Thank you for the follow, Bushwhack. Hey, welcome in.
is what I feel when
Thank you for the follow, Bushwhack.
Hey.
Yeah.
That's
Followed me too.
awesome.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome
That's
in.
fantastic. Very sweet.
Oh, so this was just grain.
Quite love.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
not bad.
We still. I mean, grain's good. We can use it to make bread.
Yeah, we just need more
Why
wood.
is it every time I'm trying to like harvest wheat, it's like I'm hungry? Does it make you hungry to gather wheat,
Maybe.
or just coincidence? How you doing, Bushwhacked?
Yeah, how are you? Welcome
How
in.
did you find us in the nicest of ways? I promise. It's not like a, how did you find us? I should do it. No, okay. Maliciously. How did you find us? We've been trying to be secret. I'm kidding.
Yeah, we just had some, like, a few people come from, like,
TikTok, or found us on YouTube. Maybe just found us
yeah.
from browsing the game. Just that kind of thing. Curiosity.
This is a very cozy game.
It is very cozy. Okay. All right. So
I think we just go back down the hill because that's where the cave thing is.
I'm trying to look at all the things that we have made. Baking oven, food processor, all those things. Vehicle research station. Okay, yeah.
There's got to be a water collector somewhere.
There's gotta be a water collector somewhere. You'd think. Because that's like,
Even if it only functioned during the rain, like,
it's more than what we have now, which is struggling and just having to eat wild carrots.
carrots of the wild.
Okay, let's find out.
I'm climbing a cliff that I don't know if I'm supposed to be.
Actually,
Ba-da-bum-bum-ba-doo.
I could
Ba-da-bum-bum.
bring this back to.
You're definitely not supposed to be up here.
We can go get some more metal from downstairs.
I will meet you downstairs because I went along a cliffside that I wasn't supposed to be on, so it's just kicking me off.
Okay.
Ow. Course ore. So make a lot of coarse metal. I still don't know what we use coarse metal for,
I
but
think I go all the way. No, through here? Not through here. I'm trying to figure out if this is the part that goes down or not. I don't think so. I think this part goes down. Maybe? Will we go down? Oh, yeah, it is. Sweet.
ooh, let me come over.
Won't let me walk, which is nice. Oh, an ad break already started. Or no, it starts in like 40 seconds. Okay, okay. I like that this works now. That's awesome. Okay, so let's drive up into this area over here. We'll get ourselves a bunch of metal from here.
No,
I don't
ow, I
think
broke
I don't
the
think we should
thing.
drive up into there because I think that's gonna fucking kill our motors. We
Yeah,
could. Let's go get the metal from over here. Remember, we got a lot last time.
we did get a lot. I've already done like one side area, but
Okay.
um, there's definitely plenty more.
Oh yes, I've already found some.
Fine, I'll go around game. Da-da-da.
How dare you think you can take?
This is an amazing playlist.
Mm-hmm. Spotify help me build it. I should add more to it
Yeah,
and then just put it on shuffle because I tend to.
has it come across more? Yeah.
Or just like let it play as like a smart playlist.
Oh yeah, you could do that.
That way it's
That
not
would
the same
definitely.
stuff over and over again. I like variety. I just like the type. It's very cozy. Basically how the list was formed to begin with anyways. Turning on a smart version of it.
I think we've got most of the ore from over here.
I think so. I haven't gone up.
I don't think there's anything up.
Maybe, maybe not.
I was on that side of the cliff up by those trees, and it's just an invisible wall.
Okay.
Wow,
Get some
completed all the way to the end.
carotes. There we go.
Okay, let me deposit mine and then eat some ginger because I almost died falling down that cliff.
And then we will go this way along. Come on, babe. We're very close to that tunnel. I'm so excited. We're getting ready to go into the new area.
There was a cave back, but that'll take us a while to get there.
The cave I was looking for is this way.
No, there's a different cave. Like, we're missing one campfire, which is probably in that cave somewhere.
What cave?
It's do you see the cap and snap machine that we still have to get things from?
Oh, fuck.
In the south? Basically south of the signal tower below that. Against the cave wall.
Oh.
Yeah, there were like rocks that we needed the upgraded pickaxe to break.
Okay.
As well
Well,
as
let's go do that first then.
doing everything we can to avoid going to the new area.
No, it's just because I want to go to the new area. I want to pick up a bunch of shit now. It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, the new areas. Based on the fact it says map 1 of 4, I feel like there's gonna be 4 areas
Oh,
total.
jeez. That's awesome though.
Oh, we can also hit up the recipe machine if we go via the right path, yeah.
Okay.
Be slightly longer, but we can stop by the cab and snap and hopefully get everything.
How much stone do we have? 84 rocks. We're good.
Nice. More tool slots that we haven't unlocked, whatever they are for.
This way?
Yeah.
Okie dokie. This game is super cozy. There's that game that's like really. This is like the cozy version of the RV there yet.
It really is, yeah.
2 RV games come out at about the same time. One's cozy, one's stupid.
Okay, so if we take a right here, we'll get to the signal thingy.
Okay.
And then after we go through the signal thingy, we just turn back around and then...
Yeah.
I wonder if we got enough bottle caps to get everything from that cap and snap.
We did get a decent amount.
We did, yeah.
Jump out. See what our options are. There's also more scrap over here too. Ooh, flowers or shelves or metal tables. Let's go.
Got all the scrap.
Flowers.
16 bottle caps, that's really good.
Hold on, let's regen. Tristan, get out of the driver's seat. A new signal received.
No, I say we ignore that one.
Unending, never ending.
I feel like it'll end once you get all the like decorative recipes. That's what I think is in those signal received things.
Maybe. Down, 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 down.
I'll make some jam.
Getting some flowers. I know how I was like, hey, you know how we need some fiber for thread? We should use it instead to make random flowers for the base. Oh, it's raining too. That's nice. Oh, did you move this stuff over here? Okay, cool, cool.
Yeah, I'm out because of the things blocking it. The overhang with the Or with the wind generators.
We need more planks. What is that? Everwood planks? I'm gonna make 4 everwood planks really quick.
To get the last 2.
Yeah, it bothers me. It's like
That is
could be
fine.
perfect, but it's not. I mean, it's kind. No, it's kind. No, it's not. There we go. And we're gonna put blubberries and blubberries. There we go.
Nice.
Oh, looks like I had some water. Water them. Because apparently I planted it, and as soon as I planted it, it stopped raining.
Yeah, just stop playing it as you're making the planks.
How convenient. Not convenient, you know.
Okay, it's instantly raining again.
Nice.
So I'm gonna harvest right away and then replant.
Yum, yum, yum. Well, I'm not going to eat them right now. I'm not hungry. He's replanting.
Okay.
Did you replant them?
Yeah, replanted all the blueberries.
Blah, blah, blah.
I will organize it better once we once things are grown.
Oh, no, how I managed to make it bounce. Okay, so we're going this way. Other way?
Yeah. Go back the way that we came from. So, left.
This way?
Yep.
Cool.
And then the right up ahead.
Ready. Sounds good to me.
And then we're just going straight across the bridge. We could stop by the cap and snap and get whatever we can from there.
Yeah, for sure.
Whee!
Is that what's up here on the left?
Yeah, the cap and
Honk,
snap's on the
honk.
left.
Honk, honk.
Why am I? What? Okay, somehow I wasn't tapped in. Okay, there we go. Now I'm tabbed in.
For the game?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. There's a hot air balloon up there. Oh no, let's shoot it down. What's some fiber around? I'll gather that if you want to do the cap and snap
Yeah,
stuff.
let's do that. Alright, I'll do the cap and snap.
Oh, I wonder if this will
The only thing I don't like about this one is it's giving us a bunch of like things you can hang from the dashboard or the rearview mirror, but we can only put one of those up there.
Oh. That's annoying.
That's annoying.
Guess this is wood as well.
Or
Always use more wood.
we like having options though.
Mm-hmm.
Don't have any more. Take 6.
Yeah.
Take 6. I have 4.
Oh no. That's unfortunate that yeah, I've got all the fiber I could see as well as the wood. We want to go across the bridge now.
But did you get the water from the well?
Yes. I got the water from the well too.
Okay.
Get the wood. Get the wood. She's gonna run me over. Oh no. Oh, actually, I didn't put him in the car that time.
Oh.
Oh no.
Well, get in like a normal person. All right, left.
So, right on that, you see the dirt path? Yeah, I think it's up here against this cave. Yeah,
Oh, okay, I see, I see.
yeah, over there. That's the only spot I could think of where the last campfire might be. Like the non-upgraded rocks respawned as well.
Got a moss rock.
Oh, oh,
Ooh.
ooh, this is cozy.
I don't see a campfire in here. Also, I feel like that's a health hazard.
Oh, it definitely would be. Yeah. Oh, there's a gnome over here. I can eat. What?
Cook it. Oh, more trash. I'll take the trash. Put it in the litter thingy.
Genuinely don't know where the campfire would be then.
I don't know.
Where did we miss a campfire? Up in the north, maybe? I don't know.
Are we sure we're missing a campfire?
Yeah, it says 19 out of 20 on my.
It does, yeah, it does.
Maybe there's one in the transition to the next area zone.
Maybe.
Either way, we got this little secret thingy.
Yeah. We need to come over here
cool.
anyways.
Dump. We've got some moss rocks as well. No idea what they're used for, but
Me either.
definitely gonna need them.
Yeah.
And now we're off to the exit zone.
Yeah.
So we can either take the pathway by the elevator or across the bridge.
Just go across the bridge.
Yeah.
Hit the bunnies. No, I'm just kidding.
Bonus points.
No, no.
Yeah.
My parents do this kind of stuff every weekend. And it's like
Right.
they meet all sorts of nice new people. And they're just.
Hang on a second. Can you stop the car here for a moment?
Yeah.
Do you see that area to our left that is unexplored?
Yeah.
Wonder if the campfire's up there.
Ooh.
You know, there's a few campfires in this small area.
Good point.
Either way, there's something there that we haven't gotten.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Oh, nice.
Figure out how to get up there. Oh, looks like it's a bit further up. Oh my god! You got this, honey! I didn't realize you were following me in the car. I thought you hopped out. Oh. Oh, I'd already stuck that one.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, here's the stairs. Nice driving.
Thanks. You need to charge soon. And I probably.
It's okay. Set it up to charge while we go up here.
Okay.
Charges very quickly.
Yeah.
I love the amount of
Windmills we have. Yeah, they don't look bad either. I mean, they're just up there, just doing their thing.
yeah.
It's a little tacky, but I think it'd look better with. I don't know.
Maybe solar panels, but then we wouldn't get power at night.
Yeah. This it.
No, I'm just a normal guy.
Yay!
Jam.
We did it. And there's a can over here too. Oh wow.
Oh, that's a little. Okay. Oh, nice. So apparently we've missed 7 of them.
7? I think we've missed a lot more than 7.
In this zone, there's 20.
Hi, Hika. How are you doing, huh?
Oh, Hika!
You. Say, ohayo gozaimasu. I need to work on that. I need to work on speaking more Japanese so I can try and get better at it.
Ohayo
Ohayo gozaimasu.
is a state in the
I need how to say fox
USA.
friend. That's what I need to learn how to say is fox friend.
Kitsune is fox.
Kitsune.
Oops.
I was just trying to process our litter into stickers. This is not what I thought I was doing.
Tomodachi.
Tomodachi.
Tomodachi is friend.
Yeah. First weekend off since getting a new job. How do you like it?
Yeah, you having fun at your new job? You winning?
Are you winning some?
So we could make an outdoor building space upgrade, because that requires just 20 planks.
Just like your last job, it pays a lot more. You know what? That sounds like a win.
That sounds like a lovely win.
Hydrated.
Hydrate before you dehydrate.
Those good instincts. It's your gamer instincts kicking in, huh?
Wait, oh, I took that out rather than me.
I say we go to bed. Oh my god, that actually scared the crap out of me. Because I was just laying in bed. I thought I broke something. Fuck you, Jesse. Jesus.
Yeah, yeah. I'm glad you are. Oh,
Oh,
crop
good.
mostly done. I will make the entire top row blueberries. Yeah. We take a pay rise. We take a scaring my wife.
Don't scare the wife.
No!
I'm sorry.
You can have it.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know. My brain turned off for a second there.
So we'll get 2
I have to
wheat.
pee. That's what I'm gonna go pee.
Okay.
While you do the carrots, I'm gonna go
You
fucking pee.
can hop in the passenger seat.
Oh yeah. All right, we can do that. But don't go into the next area without me.
No, I'll just drive up to it.
Okay, I'll be back.
Genuinely don't know how Aiko managed to drive through the gap. From this angle, I might get through. Yeah, there we go. Femboy jump scare. She just left. But what am I stuck on? I'm barely stuck on that. Welcome in, Femboy. There we go. The tire was just stuck on a little hill thing that I just needed to back up a bit to get more speed to go over. Zoom zoom. Oh no, you're tired. Mentally exhausted or physically exhausted? If you're mentally exhausted, sometimes you still can't sleep, but if you're physically exhausted, sleep is a great remedy. Waiting windmill. And now I'm off the road. This is why I don't want to drive. I get distracted too easily. Welcome back, honey.
We have returned. And I'm not driving. Physical. I just got home from work. Oh, yeah. Just a femboy. Welcome in. Femboy jump scare. I'm glad I missed that one. Would have terrified me. Femboys are scary, you know. Tristan got the van stuck. Well, now I know. Tristan.
It was briefly, like the back tire got caught on a bit of a small bump, so I needed to back up to get enough speed to go over it properly.
I'm having lag in my face. Like, oh, it's very delayed.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
Why is my face delayed? Ooh, it is from my phone to. Let us fix that.
Yeah, that's a.
It is a from the phone issue.
Figured it out how to fix it. Yeah. Good work today at work. I hope you get a good rest.
There we go.
Take it easy.
Fixed it.
Nice.
Spilled soda on yourself at work, so it's been a long night. I bet.
Oh.
Jeez, sticky. It's gonna be nasty.
Nasty. We're here, my love.
Oh, yay.
We dig.
Dig.
Whole day through.
We're gonna make it through.
That was a big rock.
Oh, wait, now we can drive. I think we can drive now.
Get up these small rocks. Gathering up.
Yay. Oh, thank you so much for the follow, femboy of me. Yay.
Let's go. Area.
Thank you. That's awesome.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Fanboy
We
racing.
lost our radio signal.
Oh, cool. So just if you go to a new area, it just disappears.
Ooh, redwoods. Oh, let me see. I want to get the map. Oh my god, we know nothing. We
I
know
think we're in the
nothing.
ocean because there's like an anchor.
Yeah, we should go down there.
And yeah, all of these points of interest are over the ocean.
Oh, this is awesome.
Oh my god.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, the battery's running low. We should stop. I found a piece of red one on the ground. Damn it.
Got the redwood.
Where did the redwood go?
I stole it.
You thief.
I'm a thief.
We're going to have so many new recipes. Oh, it's going to be great. I hope there's more fiber out here, though.
Hopefully.
I wonder if we're going to have to make a lot of trips back and forth. Awesome house over here. I wonder if can I get up here and jump on?
Got a few redwood.
I want to see if I could jump on top from up here. I can.
Oh, a different type of berry.
Oh, really? It's not a road.
Yeah,
it's not a road berry.
Post berries.
We'll probably get plenty of water here, but it's salt water probably.
Maybe we're gonna get like a desalination plant.
Ooh, that could work.
Oh yeah, if you bring the van up to where I am, there's a campfire right here.
All right, I'm coming.
Oh, we still get Everwood.
Oh, do we? Good. I was worried about that.
Yeah. Yeah, little. Roast berries are gonna be. Oh, they give 22 food just as is.
Oh,
That's
and
not that's the same as bread.
getting a recipe.
Oh wow. I had to use redwood to light this campfire.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, the coast spheres are pink. How cute.
Yeah, they
Okay,
are
let's
cool.
see. Oh, rain catcher immediately. I don't even know what the other two were. I saw the first one was a
Instantly.
rain catcher instantly.
Do we make it here? No, it's gonna be a
Fiber
person.
and Durafiber. I need a better sickle to get some of these bushes.
That's good to know that fiber's not gonna be an issue though.
Yeah, I'm already getting.
Oh, Durafiber.
Yeah, that's what I said. Fiber and Durafiber. I found a gnome named Mr. Sniff.
Mr. Sniffy.
Okay. So how do we is it through here?
Oh, I see a little hut in the distance with a dog bone on it. It's like a pet
Well, that's
area.
cute. Okay, so let me see. Let me go up here. So we need
Yeah.
rain catcher.
Work day at
Oh,
work.
we need common minerals first. We need 10 common minerals.
Common minerals, okay.
Yeah.
I wonder. Okay, so the left would take us through that anchor symbol, which might just be
The beach where we can get shells.
the beach, yeah. Oh, on a proper road.
Oh, we are on a proper road.
Oh, it sounds like the cargo's faster here. Oh, this is gonna be like a ferry.
I see.
But we probably have to unlock.
Ferry
It's
is out of service. Okay.
I see a note here.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh, go read the note.
unfortunately, the ferry is currently out for repairs in the canyons. Kindly check back with us after repairs are complete and the ferry is operational again. We hope for your understanding. Regards, the Merry Ferry team.
Oh, that's cute. But
That is adorable. I want a bottle cap. So, we probably will find something at the canyons for it.
yeah.
I was wondering how it would get around to all these places that look like they're over the ocean.
Yeah.
Oops. Okay, so we can either go up the road or down the dirt path.
I'm gonna go not back. I'm gonna go like that way during that prep.
Yeah, it's either like that way or up the road.
Get my map. I'm gonna take the road.
Yeah, that's fair.
We can do whatever we want. This is our journey. And my face again has lost its synchronization.
Oh my god, the bunny's black now. In the other area, I think they're all brown.
Oh, enjoy your lurk, fanboy. Welcome in.
Yeah,
Thank you so much for the follow. Enjoy your lurk.
have a good rest.
Yes, you need to relax after a long day of work.
Okay, so there was stuff we've either missed by not going down that dirt path, or we'll find the other side to it. Because I see a campfire on the map,
Okay.
but it's perfectly fine to follow the coast. Oh, there's a lighthouse over there.
Ooh.
Might have to fix that to get the ferry up and running.
Oh, that makes sense.
Oh, looked like I might have looped around. Okay, more redwood trees. Maybe?
Not gonna lie. I'd like to add a turbo to this RV.
Yeah, we will get more engine upgrades.
You're so slow.
Okay, so yeah, we missed that area, but that's fine. We can come back here later with the ferry. Track that landmark.
Oh, now there's a question mark ahead of us. What's through there? Oh, I see a
There's a
smoky campfire.
There's a signal tower on our right. Wow, this is.
Bumpy road, look. Just deal with it.
I didn't realize our car could bounce.
Worst headlights ever.
Weird, I can turn them on.
Yeah.
They are awful.
Oh, I need a redwood.
Oh, I got a dog treat.
Well, that's good for you, Tristan. I think.
The structure had a dog bone on it, the one that we didn't take the path to get to.
I see.
So there might be, there genuinely might be, like,
Might be
animals
good that we
eating other
came here
dogs or something.
first. Well, I mean, we were able to give berries to the bunnies before, we just didn't.
Yeah. Okay, more course all.
Oh, I should probably, like, get this bitch charging, huh?
Yeah, yeah, good idea. There is that signal tower, which I suppose I'll head for.
Babe, I have a question.
Yeah?
Have we been collecting femboys?
I think so.
I think we've been accidentally collecting femboys. I mean, I'm cool with it. I find it interesting.
It is rather interesting.
Oh, it's shooting stars. I think, unless I'm losing my mind. Nope, definitely shooting stars.
Okay, so companion training. Train your trusty sidekick with new commands for your next adventure, which is going to be something to do with a dog.
Okay.
Or download Gear Research Station. Allows you to research new technology for your personal equipment. I think we get the Gear Research Station.
Okay.
Because we haven't got the dog yet.
Yeah. The dog thing doesn't benefit us because we don't have a dog. Quinn, how you doing, hon?
Hello, Quinn. Hello. Hi. Ohayo.
Ohayo gozaimasu. Wait, no. Is it morning for you, afternoon for you, night for you? Look, I'm got to learn all of the words. I've got to learn all of them. Is it morning, afternoon, or night for you? I must know.
Glad you're doing good. How's the life with the
Afternoon,
new
so
voices?
konnichiwa. Konnichiwa, Quinn-san.
The cats are different in this place.
Oh, you gotta put the letter in there.
Okay, okay.
Ooh, it's a lot of
Cute.
trash that I didn't realize we had.
Yeah, I picked up some. Have you made the gear research station?
No, I could do it.
You can do it? Okay. You want to move the vehicle research station so we have both our research stations next to each other?
Yeah. Okay. Got that. Hold on. No worries, I got this. Okay. I'm glad I did that.
What you do?
Nothing. You did it.
Yeah,
I was like, yeah, I'll do that, and then you did instead.
Okay, so we've got.
So I did really good for once. I was at a concert Friday. Ooh, for who? For who? What concert did you go to? Oh wait, was it the K-pop concert? You did say you were gonna go to a K-pop concert,
Yeah, we're
didn't you?
going to a K-pop concert.
How was it? Did you have a good time?
Okay, so this is how we unlock the ability to build like the
Why is my face not
highest
moving?
impact things.
Everything. My face is being delayed super bad today. What is going on? You know, I'm getting so much delay in between my face and
K-pop
Bieber
one
time.
ain't until next year. It's take that, the script, and a Belinda
Weird.
Carlisle.
Okay. Take that script, one color, K-pop one. Oh, okay. Well, I knew there was gonna be one. Nerdco and the Nerd Stan. I see.
Oh my god! Thank you for the compliment. He's saying we're intelligent. Oh my god!
You don't have to be smart to be a nerd, I don't think. It's just helpful.
No, wait, it's geek. That's the one that's also smart,
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I'm leaving you. Wahaha. How are you doing, Milky?
Yeah, how are you, Milky?
I'm leaving Tristan.
Welcome in.
I'm leaving him. He just doesn't know.
That's okay. That's okay. I'm getting fireball and being helpful.
He's being helpful and I'm leaving his ass. I'm the smartest nerd you know. Aw, I'm sweet, I think. You're alive. Well, that is always
That's
something.
good.
Yeah.
We take that. Sometimes that's your 100%,
What is
and that's
this?
okay.
I want one of these things. This area is a little bit terrifying. You're
I
not
feel
funny.
like for the tool upgrades, we're probably gonna want to get the sickle upgrade first to get all these fibers.
Oh, yeah, yeah, for sure, for sure. I'm just like observing these. Oh, I found a coffee farm. They're flying, watering
Oh,
robots. I can
it
repair
was
it
just
with
abandoned.
electronics.
Oh my
You
god!
started working today. He's like, I'm already done.
I found a banana.
I found a coffee. Like,
Oh,
crap, I
coffee.
don't have any of the redwood on me. Bring a redwood over here, I guess. I found a banana.
I found the way down to the beach.
I found a live banana and a dead banana.
Oh, nice. We need electronics. Oh my god.
Yeah, we do. We need 2 electronics.
Did you drive up the dirt path?
What? Maybe.
Okay, cool. I found the more intended road.
I found a dog treat.
And another campfire.
There was an intended road? That doesn't sound right. Why would there be an intended road? Doesn't make any sense.
I mean, it's still a dirt road, but it's not. It's like the dirt roads we were driving on, rather than. Well, it's an unpaved road rather than the walking trail.
I want to believe that this little guy that I'm going to be repairing is going to develop emotions and want to stay with us. Even though it's just a robot.
I wonder if we can find electronics rather than craft them, because we don't know how to craft them yet.
I don't know.
You said there was a campfire over there?
Yeah, I'm getting ready to get me a
Coffee plant.
redwood.
I'm harvesting coffee beans.
That's good. That's good. I have a redwood. Hi, babe. I have a redwood I'm going over with now.
Oh, nice.
If I get over there, that campfire's lit. I'm going to set you on fire. Ah, here we go. Perfect.
Yo, melt my cookie. Shaded Grove Coffee Farm. I'm gonna climb this tower.
Oh,
Painting, nice. Oh, I found the password databank and another dog
there's a
treat.
coffee. Cup of
Hello.
coffee. I've got coffee.
Vator.
Free coffee. Yay.
Oh, jar with bottle caps. Nice. 3 bottle caps of that.
I got somehow 1 coffee bean and cup of coffee. Where I I don't know. Never
You
mind.
might be able to plant coffee in the planters.
Maybe.
Oh, my backpack is too heavy. What can I eat? This coastal berry. Yum yum yum.
I've had plushie eaten at me again. Again today. Everyone keeps coming in eating plushies at me.
Get hit by lovable, adorable plushies.
They are adorable plushies. I don't want to even sit there. Does not benefit me whatsoever.
Milkman 4685
2
said
bags of
2
dirt
bags
with a
of dirt
singular
with a
coffee
singular
bean
coffee
inside.
bean inside.
I know, right? I'm so glad you noticed that, Milky, because I was looking at it like, what? I was like, what am I even looking at? Also, my face sync is. I was like, looking. I was like,
That is what coffee tastes like to me. Just
no,
like a dirt.
no. It literally like you didn't see it happen. So
I did not.
there were 2 bags underneath this sign that says free coffee, right? 2 big bags. And I was like, okay, cool, free coffee, points at it. So I pick up both bags. I look in my inventory. I have a single coffee bean. Huh? So I was like, the fuck? I was like, so glad Milky Size thought I was losing my mind. Skyrim loot piles be like, exactly. Just like, what the fuck?
Oh my god, the house
Oh,
only
here's.
just loaded in for me.
Are you serious? That's
Yep.
funny. Okay, I found the decryptor, and now we're still looking for the floppy disk thingy.
Yeah, I found the password thing, but yeah, the floppy disk, no idea where it is.
You found the password thing?
Yeah.
How? I found the floppy disk thing.
No, not the floppy disk, the password, not the.
No, I found the password. That's what I meant.
I found something in a tower. I thought you found the encryptor,
I
the
found
USB.
both.
Oh,
I am now missing the floppy disk thingy.
things are loading in weirdly for me, so maybe it thought that it
Oops.
was still there.
I put out the campfire because fuck that campfire, I guess.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Oh yeah, there's texture popping issues right now. Might be why my face is being weird. Oh, I didn't go over to this well.
Oh, I wonder if you can loot it too. I just looted it. No, the well didn't give us double. Oh, I found the free coffee bags.
Did you?
It had no coffee in it for me.
None for you.
None.
I'm suddenly all oh, well. If it isn't a well, exactly. Like opening windows randomly. Can you hear me? No.
That's a cute painting.
I'm gonna check my settings really quick and see if like field of view 60 FPS. Oh, no fucking reason.
What's up?
For some reason, it set FPS mode to VSync instead of maxing it at 60 like I like it. Now I can move properly.
Where's FPS mode in video? Oh,
I always
I mean,
cap my FPS for that same fucking reason because it always does things janky.
it really does. It really makes things incredibly janky.
But this is much better now. Fuck.
Okay. Oh, here's the floppy disk.
Oh, did you find it?
It was next to the robot you have to repair.
Oh, I didn't look that
It
far.
probably just didn't load in for you, honestly.
Hmm. Coffee making. Yay.
Yay! The Spiffing Brit would hate us now.
Yeah, well.
Screw
We're
him.
gonna be like the Spiffing Brit, but the coffee versions, because you hate coffee. Doesn't make any sense. Just ignore me. I want to move stuff around. I want to decorate. Okay.
That's okay. I'll run around and explore in the immediate vicinity.
Let's see. We're trying to get good at rhythm games. Ooh, like oh, so that sounds good. That sounds like a good plan.
Ooh. Yeah, I
Okay.
used to
Let's see.
watch someone play Osu. I mean, it was
I am gonna
all
tear a
growing up.
bunch of stuff down. Look, you're just gonna have to trust me on this, okay?
Me, trust you, always.
Okay, well, I am breaking down a lot of shit right now.
Good at Osu means you can aim good in TF2. Yes, true. Yep.
You watch, oh fuck, what's her name?
Milkman4685 said Coco is being a homewrecker.
I'm a homewrecker. Exactly. That's me, big homewrecker. Okay. It sounds like fucking bees, dude. I need to leave. I need to just move this house really quick because it sounds like fucking bees and it's pissing me off.
You just keep driving up the hill around. It doesn't sound like bees up here. Oh, it looks like there might be a charging station over there. I can see it in the distance. Just harvest a Durafiber there.
Oh,
Not a
come on, we can
bee!
make it up.
I haven't
Make it
watched
up the
that,
hill.
but I want
Make
to.
it up the hill. Oh, it's a steep hill. Okay, that hill's not happening.
No, I meant the main the road, the unpaved road, not the dirt path.
Okay. Oh my god, it really does. It sounds like it sounds like bees. Okay, okay.
Yeah, and just keep driving up and around.
Here,
That'll be
here I
fun.
think it's fine. Just in general, I think it's fine here.
Yeah.
I don't need the headlights.
Nick Coco Cage.
I'm Nick Coco Cage.
Nick Coco.
How did you discover my secret identity? Oops. I don't know how I did that. I don't know how I did this, but okay. All right. Let's see. We have plans. It's just
Dawkins is how Milky discovered it.
I knew it. He did live in my walls, at least for a short amount of time.
You still in the walls? Did you come in a luggage and now in my walls as well? Our walls?
Our walls. It goes from my wall, your walls to our walls.
To be fair, the one right in front of me is mine because it's right in front of me. I claim it.
I guess. But can we share it sometimes, like while we're sleeping? Because it's got the air conditioner on it.
Yeah. I made the walls communist. Yes. Yes, I did.
Let's see.
Oh no, the home's being wrecked.
It's just gonna be different.
15 Dura thread. Do we have enough to make 15? No.
Oh. Oh shit. uh yeah.
Look at the amount of thread.
Oh, right. Okay. We need definitely to add more fucking weight. Do more weight. Bolts and onyx minerals. Do we have onyx minerals? We don't have any onyx minerals. Fuck.
No.
We're gonna need to get some. So we upgrade the weight of this area.
We are wanting to get 15 Dura thread to be able to research the backpack 2 upgrade.
I'm trying to organize things. What is this? Food processor. Okay, right.
I'm proud of you, Hika. 244 Ultra Balls. And Milky
Copper,
Nelly has
nailer,
all
wood thingies. Okay.
Juna Lena books? I have no idea who that is. But congrats.
Juna Lena. What is a Juna Lena?
Yeah, who's the Juna Lena? What's a Juna Lena? When's a Juna Lena? But really, why is a Juna Lena? I'll run back up this dirt road you drove up.
Okay.
Like get up the hill. To see
Running up
what's
that hill.
running up that hill. That's a song in this playlist, isn't it?
Oh, we need more coffee beans. Oh wait, oh, I had to roast the coffee beans. Never mind, it's fine. I got this.
Try to
That's
keep
cool.
some
Currently, I have the
raw meat
hypnotist, the
in the
nightmare, the
back.
fire witness, the sandman, the stalker, the rabbit hunter, the mirror man, the spider, and the sleepwalker. Now I'm missing Lazarus. Yep, I know exactly what you mean.
I've heard of Lazarus. It's a Swedish detective noir series. Oh,
Ah, very cool, very cool.
that is a nice genre.
Specifically Swedish is the good genre.
Does the canned Swedish fish make a appearance as like a murder weapon? Do you know the fish I'm talking about?
Yes. No. I know Swedish fish as candy, not can. These
No,
are
there's a canned Swedish fish. What's it called? It's like the stinkiest fish in the world. I think it's
Tristan.
Swedish. Me.
Name Tristan.
Oh wow, this is adorable. This is adorable. Come here, honey.
Where are you?
No, in person. Be a bit of a run. This is adorable.
Oh, that is so cute. It's like a
Wow,
little it's like a little gnome village.
Decima. These are little gnome village. Not a murder weapon, by the way. Like smelling salts. But yeah, that like Swedish fish that's like the stinkiest in the world has to be opened underwater, or else like it's putrid, and the stink stays for ages. To be fair, I think there's wine they do that with as well. I saw a Reddit video of if it's been existing for too long, for a certain kind of wine.
What is this? Mortar and
It
pestle. Okay.
kills a man.
That goes with that.
The candy is nice, yeah. What the heck is that? Oh my god!
Yeah, I also love Swedish roasted candy.
I have discovered some weird new hotkey.
What?
Press Windows Tab. I have no idea what it's doing. I have no idea what options that gives me. But
Are you talking about in the game? Because like that was definitely just a hotkey for my computer.
yeah, just your computer. You press Windows and
I
Tab.
use that all the time.
Oh, you use Windows Tab? I just Alt Tab.
I also alt tab. It really depends on what pulls up.
Cool. I've never done that before. I've never even accidentally fat fingered before.
Yeah, I got fat fingers. I'm better at fat fingering than you.
Oh no. You don't like my stubby short fingers. I got small hands.
He does have small hands.
My hands are like our fingers are the same size.
I remember I would have fight off family members for my Swedish fish during trick or treat. Oh yeah, well they were not like super popular in my family or whatever. It's just like I like them. I didn't grow up with them. I just
Strumming is the name of the really stinky fish. I've only eaten Swedish fish once in my life, and that was when I was in the US with Aiko.
candy. Did we
Yeah,
have
the
those? Did we eat that together?
Yeah, I remember having them. I think your grandma gave them to us or something.
I don't remember this. I'll take your word for it. I don't know why you lied to me about it, but
I remember having them.
Sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows. Everything that's
oh, look at
wonderful
me,
is what I
Thank you
feel
so much for
when
the
we're
follow.
together.
Hello, below, below,
Hello.
below, below. How are
Hello
you
to you
doing?
too, Chaotic Thorn.
Yes, below. trying to decorate this house in the dark. It's gonna look so good. Can I make any lights? I can.
Yeah, the lights don't seem to actually be lights in
They're
this
not very
game.
good. They're not very good lights. Yeah,
There's lights without the, light effect of lights.
these lights are shit.
Oh my god.
I say, I don't know who Chaotic Thorn is. Chaotic Thorn could have made this game for all I know. and then the first thing they hear is, "Got lights in the game or shit." I'm sorry if you're the developer.
Say hello and throw a plushie at you.
Only decorating nice
Welcome in,
because
welcome in.
exactly. Hey, look, I don't need people to judge me decorating. Okay, I have to do my decorating in
I
private.
judge your
and stuff.
decorating as cute, just like you.
It's super gay.
Only for you, honey. I love you.
Super gay.
Actually, no, maybe Mum was the one who bought the Swedish fish home.
Yeah, I was like, I don't remember us having Swedish fish.
I know that I've only had them recently in my life.
He wants us to use the excuse that it was magic. Exactly. Can't prove it wasn't magic. No, not with that one. On big window. Yeah, like that, see? Then what we're going to do is we're going to...
Now that's a story.
I've played it and worked on it with my friend when they got fired, so kind of... Oh my god! Well, now I feel bad. Look. Was it because you said something about the lighting? Did you work on the lights? If you worked on the lights, I can see why you got fired. Just saying. I'm sorry.
Oh no!
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm kidding.
Stop using your new people.
I'm sorry. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm the worst. Leave me alone. I'm acknowledging that the lighting was so bad, but not only lighting my friend was. Not only on lighting my friend was. Oh, okay. No. No. Oh, goodness gracious. It's okay. It's okay. It's still an early access. I give it a little bit of a pass for being early access, you know.
Oh, this is a cute area. I'm not going to explore here. I'm literally just going to get this because it's useful because we unlock...
But tell my friend that. Fair enough. I'll tell your friend.
Ah. I literally can't choose
I
either of the other two,
don't
so
think they're
I have to
listening
choose
to
one.
me. Oh my god, it's so cute though, right? I don't even really like orange all that much, but this one's really cute. There we go. Okay.
I just got us a sheet press.
Very cool. I just got us...
I'm not going to explore.
What is a sheet press?
I think it's something that press metal into, like, different shapes.
Oh, okay.
It's a prerequisite to get in electronics.
Okay, bolt press, mortar and pestle. But this one, okay, so wood nails, metal, specifically bolt press. And we'll put the petals between.
Oh, happy birthday, Chaotic Thorn.
Oh my goodness, well, happy birthday. That is fantastic. I think we have a happy birthday command. Let me find out. Look, I don't know if this is actually going to do anything.
Milky's gonna lurk and play.
There we go. Many balloons, big dog, many balloons. That's what it is. That's all it does. Many balloons, big dog, many balloons. You're turning 20. Oh my god, you're such a baby. Not in like a bad way, just oh, okay, the sheet press. I see. Just an acknowledgement. Acknowledgement.
Consume the carrots. Yum yum yum. Yum 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 carrots.
Chaotic over here. This is my husband, everybody. He's nom-nomming all the carrots.
Don't tell me you wouldn't nom on carrots too, because they're delicious.
I would nom on the carrots. What do you mean? Okay, let's...
Yeah, you can make sheet metal now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I run around the immediate vicinity looking for resources, and I found another signal tower.
Oh, I see.
I did not explore the area where the signal tower was. I just took the recipe from it and then left.
Okay.
Chaotic Thorn 15 said, I hope turning 20 is not so bad.
I want to see.
Oh, no. You'll be fine.
Turning 20 is great.
It is you are still very young. There's a lot you can do at 20. Oh, look how big this thing is.
Like, people still discover what they want to do with their lives into their, like, 30s, 40s, 50s even. You got plenty of time to figure things out. But yeah. Welcome in. I hope you are having a good birthday.
I agree. Not there. Maybe not over here.
Oh, you're making separate rooms. Ooh.
I'm trying.
Ooh, and then we could have like themes in the rooms, like a workshop, and then
I was
like
thinking like kitchen. That's where I was going.
yeah, this one's gonna be the kitchen.
Why is this not letting me put hold on?
Yeah,
Why does this not want to go here? Is it because middle? It does not want. I could put there. Why? Why can't I put here? Hold on. Move it.
is it because of the windows? I don't know what you're trying to put down.
I don't know why.
Oh, the gaps in the walls don't exist anymore, though.
Yeah, well, that's good. But like, I'm trying to put a wall like into the divide these ones. Why? Why is this not working here? I don't know. Like,
I see. It's not like not even snap into it. It won't let us snap to that line.
that was weird. Oh well. That's fine. Whatever. Okay.
Hang on, if we do this, it might.
No,
No, no. Wow.
that's weird. Oh well.
I guess that this line along the center just doesn't let you snap to it.
That's okay. Video game things. All right, let's see. I want to get rid of
And
that
we're at
wall.
weight capacity. Wow.
Well, I'm not trying to add more things just yet. I will be,
No.
but okay. This looks like a kitchen-y area, and this over here is more. What is this? Oh, the sheet press, right? Right. Okay, hold on. Okay, what happened to the other? I think I broke it. Oh well. Let's put this down. And then
I like this. We got I like what you've done.
wait, is this why do we have a bolt press and the sheet press look very similar?
Yeah, they look very similar. I think maybe during the day you can tell them apart better, but maybe not. They honestly look identical.
Mm-hmm.
Except for in the machine. Yeah, that's cool. Oh.
What?
You okay, Hiko?
Hika. Oh, Hika's doing the song request thing. Oh no.
Oh no. I don't think we're in that playlist, but
No,
welcome
it could
to
do
see.
any. It could do anything.
Oh yeah, it doesn't really matter if you're in the playlist or not. We've got 31 water. I kind of want to keep the water for like bread.
You want to keep the waterfall bread?
I want to keep the water for making bread.
Oh yeah.
I want to make 10 bread.
Okay. So make some bread.
Yeah, I'm making bread.
We're gonna need to increase the weight so I can put roofs on these things.
Yes.
Chaotic
Require
115 said is being
material,
20
which is
bad.
probably a pickaxe.
No. No. Why would you think being 20 is bad? Being 20 is awesome. We'll put that in there.
Yeah, 20 is great.
20 is a great fucking year, man. Everybody's gonna be. It's the perfect year to just like. It's the perfect age to just like be a kid. You know, just
You're adult enough to actually, go out and do things yourself, but you're still
make
young enough
choices, make mistakes, fuck shit up, man.
but make sure the mistakes you're making aren't criminal.
Yeah, don't be a criminal or a dick. But like,
you learn with mistakes. They're important.
Mhm.
But just live your life, have fun. Don't worry too much about peer pressure things. Don't do things you don't want to do.
But now is the time to make mistakes if you're gonna do it. If you're gonna make mistakes, now's the time.
I stopped pouring a long time ago. Yeah. Learn from Hika. Yeah, 20 is
What?
a great time of life.
kitty. And a doggy. And then when you turn 36, you can become a VTuber like me.
And then you get married to some weird Australian guy, and then move to Australia.
Move continents, yeah.
Oh, your dad said it sucks. Well, maybe he just sucks, huh?
Yeah. Maybe it's because, let's see,
Some people just have a negative outlook on life.
I mean,
And
like, you
yeah.
still, like, you're not going to be able to, like, I don't know where you live. So I feel like that makes a difference too.
Anything that needed sheet metal to make? No. Anything electronics, sheet metal, battery components.
So cute. Oops. That's fine. There we go. Outdoor building extension available at the workbench. What?
Yeah,
I mean, I guess we can do that. Sue,
I researched it.
what song are we listening to? Sue, what song are we listening to?
Stop worrying,
Summertime
everything-
Sadness? That's what it's decided you wanted to listen to. With the word Sue, you've got Summertime Sadness. Nope. Sunflower? Alright, what's next? After Summertime Sadness, we're going to be listening to Sunflower, Spider-Man, Into the something. Post Malone song.
I don't.
But first, we have to listen to Summertime Sadness. I guess that's what it interpreted that you wanted to listen to.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes he is right.
I love
Sometimes
how adding these lights just really added to the ambiance.
it is cozy. It just doesn't add light.
It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't add. It doesn't add light.
And the headlights on the car sucks. I wonder if we get a flashlight at some point.
Oh, but I'm probably not going to use it even if we get it because, like, bruh.
Yeah, who knows what your KL symbol is added. Well, yeah, Hika is right with, like, just... If you're excessively worrying about something all the time, it can limit yourself. Your outlook on life can affect
Oops.
what opportunities you even see that are available. Ooh. Okay, I see.
What?
That's what these are. The little, like, spike things around the outside of the car on the ground. That's the area you have to build
Oh, yeah, I
in.
know.
And the upgrade increased it by like 2 tiles
Okay.
on each side.
Yeah. I still would much rather have the weight upgrade, though.
Yeah, I just made that because we could.
Yeah, fair enough.
And we had a good stockpile of wood, so it was as good a time as any to make it.
True.
Any other research? No, we need sheet metal for that, but we need.
Let's see.
Oh, seashells and raw coffee beans.
I like that only like the walls and stuff, like the structural pieces, are what adds weight to it, and not
Yeah.
any of the other stuff. Because I'd be so annoyed.
Yeah, imagine if you got stuck with.
But look,
Thank
like you
for
could
the
see I'm
follow,
onto
Chaotic
something.
Fawn.
Your friend is 3 years younger than me and loves Sunflower. Is that this song? That's not this song, is it? No, this is. I think this is what Hiko requested. So the next one's Summertime Sadness. And then after that, Sunflower. So I've never heard it. I guess we'll listen to it together.
Yeah, I have not listened to this. I haven't seen Spider-Man into the Spider-Verse before, so.
Either. Alright. Just gonna put these over here for now. This is chaotic, but I think we'll be able to start building glass walls and stuff, so I'll be able to have like a greenhouse up here too.
Yes, eventually we'll get glass.
Well, it is one of the upgrade things, I think, up here. If I check over here,
Yeah.
glass building. Perfect for sun lovers. Glass roof variety pack. Trellis roof variety pack.
Ooh.
And then trellis building. Airy trellis designs into your architecture. And then bamboo building and bamboo roof variety pack. I'm sorry, I got the hiccups. And then more outdoor building space. This is what we need now. We need 10 bolts and 10 onyx minerals, which we do not have yet. But, oh yeah, I forgot. I guess I could just throw down a couple beds now.
We can just sleep down here until we get more
True.
weight to
That's the
expand.
whole thing, is like, I just need more weight.
Day
Oh, did I forget to
21.
fucking put...
Ooh. Rain.
I forgot to
Perfect.
put, wind... Oh, no, I didn't. I put 2 out here behind the chairs.
Yeah.
I think we
There
need...
should
I
be
think
fine,
we
but
need more, probably.
probably.
Just for speed purposes. Well, like, I'll wind up moving them later.
Yeah. Do you want to continue the way the car's facing?
I don't know.
Actually,
I don't know. I
we'll do
haven't
that
even looked at the map.
already. Oh, because we rested a day, the things have probably respawned. Yeah, there's coffee again. That can't be stopped going and getting that. More fiber over there, though.
What does the coffee do?
I don't know.
Mm. Okay, let me look at the map. Where are we at now? This is looking directly at this coffee plant. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I say we can keep going down there and through the coffee plants. Because it is just like
Oh.
straight, yeah?
It's got teleported into the car.
Taking you can't escape me.
Bye, Chaotic Thorn. Thanks for stopping by. I hope you have a
Oh
wonderful
yeah, sure.
rest of your birthday.
It is raining right now. I gotta upgrade, okay? It's not my fault that I can't put a roof on there right now. The house is too big. That I can't currently support the weight. Currently being the operative word, okay? Currently support the weight.
Let me out
But it
here.
will be able to.
I get the things.
What?
The fiber. The
We
dura
need
fiber.
fibers. Can't get those fibers yet.
I can get the small ones.
Alright. I'm just gonna let him do his thing.
You just keep following the road.
Yeah.
There's a solar farm up here. Cool. I do like how this inclines are like a pretty gradual one.
Is it? I found a
Not too.
redwood. Oh,
Nice.
I need an axe 3.
Yeah, there's a lot of red woods that are the multi wooden, like the dead ones.
Is that a charging station?
Maybe. I'm not sure if it's the charging station or if it's the paint spraying one.
It doesn't look like a paint spraying one.
Oh, a gnome!
Just out there alone in the nothing.
Oh, it's the Thrax is his name. He's inside like you know the spiral thing.
Yeah. Oh, that's cute.
Yeah, down here in that spiral.
Cute.
Suncat mushrooms. It was the charging thing.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. That's good.
All right, let's check the map. All right, so it does look like we've got something over here. If we back up a bit.
There's something over here that is interesting.
There's something over here that is interesting to me. Nope. I'm gonna go up the
I don't
hill.
know if you can drive the
I'm
solar
running up that
farm.
hill.
Running up the hill, I don't know how the song goes, but I know it's a song.
It's on this playlist.
I know.
So I heard it.
Well, I've listened to it a bunch, doesn't mean I remember anything about it.
Oh yeah, I know. Oh my god. Literally.
Hmm?
Would you like the ability to download to make a flashlight?
Is that the only thing?
No, there's also a paintbrush. Get creative. Let this brush paint on any surface on about anything you build. Or an Axe 3, which I think I'm going to go for the Axe 3.
Yeah, I think that's a good choice. Do you want a wind turbine efficiency or rainwater energy? Build rainwater turbines that charges your vehicle when it downpours your battery. Okay, so basically wind turbine efficiency.
Yeah, we like our wind turbines.
Yeah. Oh, this is a cute area.
Dude, I need to upgrade my axe.
Laura.
Redwood planks, 6 redwood planks, and 2 coarse metal. So let's see. I think I can
We have
handle
plenty
that.
of coarse metal.
What redwood planks did I say?
6.
6, okay.
Okay, I'm over by all these, like, all this solar farm.
And coarse metal.
Corn.
Oh. Alright, that's fucking done.
Yeah, we have plenty of coarse metal.
I was done.
Nice.
I'm just gonna wait to see her. How you guys doing? How's chat doing? How you guys doing? My face is again delayed. I don't know why it keeps getting delayed. What's the problem here? Is it obus? Is obus the problem?
It could be ops.
That's lagging. I'm gonna check my task manager. I'm running. CPU's running at 100%. Oh, now it's running. Oh, GPU's running at 100%. Between Outbound and Obus.
No, the obus. Exclamation mark, dad joke. What was the dad joke?
No, I haven't. I burned 2,000 calories today. I left my food in the oven for too long.
I like that one.
What's this? No. Guess I'll get rid of that. Remove. What's this? With an idea.
The golden ratio, that's what that spiral is.
I'm gonna get rid of that. I could probably pull that up anyway. Sensor? What's that? I don't even have a sensor. Again, mutant soup.
Okay, 2 coarse metal and 6 redwood planks.
Jeez, my computer's running at fucking max.
Ugh.
I'm gonna need to go through shit later. I need to get this shit fixed before we get our new model.
Yeah, we really do.
Alright. I am gonna go upgrade my axe. Oh, nothing. Nothing here.
Yeah, upgrading the axe is going to be really good.
There we go. Wood. Now I can. Now I should have enough wood to make you some planks too.
We had enough wood left over to make the...
Well, now we have even more.
Yippee!
I would like to upgrade the sickle too, though. Look how big this is.
You remember the Aiko soup?
Ah, yes. Well, would you believe that we have something similar-ish? We have on our subathon thing, our if you guys intend on coming to the subathon and helping out there or doing things there, save some money so you guys can gift subs so that you guys can unlock one of our subs, which we came up with the idea today to do a couples pose. This is a sneak peek for this is a sneak peek. Cringy couples pose. Find a cringy couples pose offline and have an artist commission it or have us commission an artist to draw me and Tristan's models in a cringy couples designs.
We'll just go through like Pinterest or something.
How does a
looking at
tiny van support a mansion
poses.
like that? Video game logic. That's what I'm saying.
Because we upgrade the weight capacity in the video game.
Doesn't it
of the
double?
Yeah, I think it's double what it was. New radio signal received. It's the one right next to you.
Is it?
You went.
Is it
Yeah,
fucking?
you got the access
That's
reservation.
fucking hilarious. Hold on, I'll go up there now. Oh look, it just started raining.
Nice.
Video game logic. But yeah, that's one I'm really looking forward to. I hope everybody gets, because I want to do that, but I can't justify doing it on my own. I have to justify it by making you guys do things for us first. It has to be special.
Has to be special and also
Ooh,
like
hanging party decorations. Clothing cabinets. Why stick to one? Let you change your appearance whenever you like. Ooh. And bamboo counters. We're going to go with the clothing cabinets because that sounds amazing.
yeah. No point getting a bamboo because we literally don't have bamboo yet. We'll probably get it in this area.
Ooh, what's this over here? Oh, is that a Karen I missed? Ooh.
Missed Karen?
Yeah.
Oh my god, go beat up that Karen.
Oh, it's a sneaky, sneaky one.
Oh, there's two campfires right next to you.
Are there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm going down. I'm gonna die probably. Oh shit. Oh fuck. I like that I got the one in the maze. I can't light it while it's raining. No.
Don't worry, the rain will stop.
I don't.
There's a maze over there?
I'm in the center of the maze. I jumped it into. Oh my god! I got a seashell. I got 2 seashells.
Oh, nice.
Ah. Okay, now I gotta figure out how to leave this maze.
It's amazing.
How did I? Are you kidding me?
Oh, coconuts.
Oh, okay. Here.
Roasted coffee beans. What is this? Why do I have a plank that I can walk on? Oh, that's the can that you build.
I found carrots.
Wow, that is a big-ish maze. Is that a person?
I'm a person.
I mean, like the shape of the maze. I can't tell what shape it is.
Oh, I don't know. I'm in the maze.
Like a fish or something.
I don't fucking know.
You can light the campfire now.
Oh,
I
sweet.
lit the one up top of the hill before you jump down.
An amazing rest. Hilarious, hilarious.
Oh,
Turn the
no.
sign. Oh.
Hey, honey. Oh, look. Open.
Oh,
It's
tiki
supplies.
torches.
Bottle cap
Very
and
nice.
banana bread.
Banana bread.
Banana.
I did get a banana before. I'm just using my know-how of mazes to get the fuck out of here. It's just gonna take a minute. One of these days I will escape this maze.
Whatever's there you got. Oh, I'm currently in an ad break for anyone that's watching me. You won't be able to hear me.
I can hear you over here.
You're not watch. Are you watching me? I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know you.
I found a banana peel and a bottle cap.
That's my purse.
Found more stuff for the recycler. This maze is huge.
It is.
Holy fuck.
I'm deliberately going the wrong ways to see if there's any collectibles or something.
Well, I got some trash.
What's this? Oh, tiki torch. That doesn't provide any light.
More trash.
Yeah.
Oh, more trash. Oop, more trash.
Lots of trash in this
Ooh, a
game.
gnome. For Nomington, I'm Banania. Tracks, because I followed bananas to get him here. Get here.
Coconut. I have harvested coconut.
You know, it'd be really nice right now.
What's that?
A flashlight.
Well, someone had to choose an axe.
Well, I thought really long and hard about it.
This is a massive maze.
God. I just jumped into the end of it and everything. I didn't fucking know. I didn't know how I got in here. I'm gonna die of starvation here, man.
I have escaped the maze.
Have you?
Well, it looks like there's a few different paths to it.
Well, I have not encountered a single one.
Oh. Oh, I see. But this is the green path. There's different colored arrows.
Yeah, but you can move the arrows.
Yeah, you can move them, but then, like, I imagine the different path you follow leads you to something else that's special. But the one over by the campfire are, that's a dark color.
Fuck is this? I don't know. I don't even know what this is. It's dark. I'm scared.
Maze is indeed puzzling.
See a ladder. But
Oh my god, there's a cairn inside the maze.
oh, I feel like I heard you right next to me, but I don't know.
Oh, I see that you're 70 meters away. Oh, another chest. Oh, some sheet metal, and I discovered casings. Oh, the blue arrow. Oh, a camping tent.
Is this maze so big that it fits on the map? I found a roadberry bush.
We've been going around and it's not massive, it's just confusing.
I've been doing my same trick of like keeping my hand on the right hand wall.
It's the other bottle caps. Yeah, well, it's not that way. This one goes this way.
Stuck in a maze, guys. I have progressed not at all. I feel.
That's what you think. Don't doubt yourself.
I am doubting myself. I found a fucking tree. That's new though. I haven't seen that tree yet.
Oh, you might have found the coconut tree.
I feel like that was a coconut tree, yeah.
Yeah, I stole the coconut from it.
Okay. I'll get out of here eventually.
This is in it. Yeah.
Found a cairn. I cleaned it up. Filled it up. Cleaned it up.
Hello.
You see
I
me?
know. I know this is a dead end. I've got everything from over here. My love.
What?
I'm behind you.
Okay. Look, I'm making my way, okay? I'm just...
Okay. I'll follow you. We'll go this way together.
He says a dead end. How long until the dead end? No. That's it. Look, I will feel... I've made it this far. I will escape it, okay? Eventually. I don't know how. But I feel like I'll get there eventually, yeah? I have to. I can't just live in here forever. I found supplies. I found some sheet metal. Oh, I'm feeling fucking lightheaded like IRL. I'm not even kidding.
You are? What?
This kind of shit makes me fucking nauseous.
I am turning the arrows to point in the right direction.
I'm not looking at the fucking arrows. I'm
Okay.
keeping my fucking hand on the right wall, and this is what I've been doing this whole time. Eventually it'll work to get my ass out of here. I know what I could do to get myself out faster and easier. So,
Boom, boom, boom.
made it. I'm
Made it out.
free. I'm free.
Yippee.
I'm free. I don't know where the fuck I am. Long ass fucking maze, bruh. Where the fuck's the van? Oh, super far away from me is where it is. Oh, but there's a fucking thing in there? Is it in there?
Is it in here?
Is it in there? Oh no, is it in the maze? Please tell me it's not in the maze.
I think it is.
Oh, fuck you. I don't want to go back in.
I got it. I got it. Let me climb up this hill to look in to see the path. I know that we'll look right at it.
That's what I kept hearing.
Yeah. So that's the only way in. Which is coming out here.
Good job on catching that cacnea. You guys don't understand, like, the amount of relief I feel right now? It's so stupid that I feel such relief.
This area does nothing. It's got to be this way. Which... Whoa.
Back up.
Interesting.
Get out
I'm
of
gonna
here.
go to the other side of the maze because there might be another entrance on the other side. It's like there's a big divider
There we
dividing
go.
wall down the entire center. I can see the car in the distance.
Yeah, I'm back at the car because I did unstuck, because if I didn't, I was going to lose my mind. But also at the same time, I wanted to do this. Where is it?
Is there another entrance here? No.
Where is the maze? How am I like nowhere near where you are?
Did you drive off across a bridge? You did.
I didn't. I did not. I clicked unstuck.
Oh, and it put you across the river.
Oh. Hey, but I'm near another one of those thingies.
Nice.
I'll get that, and then I'll come back. I don't know how that
Oh, yeah,
happened.
there's an entrance in this. Okay, so I genuinely think the halfway point is the campfire.
Rubber processor. We don't even have rubber yet. Mushroom growing allows you to harvest your own tasty fungi. Nice. Or a cooking pot lets you boil your way to savory goodness.
Oh, the cooking pot will allow us to make like soups and stuff with the mushrooms.
But mushroom growing first?
Probably. Oh, I mean, we do have.
Oh, I already did it.
I mean, no, mushroom plot is still useful. We have some mushrooms, but I don't think it's enough to feel comfortable cooking.
I'm finding more flower petals. These beeswax and honey.
This
And I got some water.
take me to this tree. Torch. Yes, now I'm on the right side. Okay. I'm on the side that will lead to the blueprint, I think.
Okay. I got some wax and some flower petals and some honey.
Nice. There's an entire direction that's just a straight up red herring, which was the direction we were stuck at.
Yeah, I get to you.
I think this will lead me back to this arrow. Yep. So this
So I'll
doesn't
turn around.
matter. Turn this. There. Oh, then it'll lead me to this one, which is a radio signal, which was the one that was the previous radio signal.
That's okay. I'll be going up to it.
This way. Yeah. This way. Yeah. Bum bum. And this will take me away. Oh, nice. Another campground.
I just have to find along the way.
What arrow is this way? What about this way? Is this just a dead end? Please tell me this is just a dead end. Yes. Perfect. Running through the maze. Other than
It's just middle of the road fiber.
so many.
Yeah, I'll take that.
arrows.
Just random ass middle of the road fiber.
Dead end? Yes, this is dead end. Perfect.
Here and make a left.
Roadberry. This should be a dead end or a loop. Yeah, this is just a loop.
By left, I mean right, obviously, because I don't know my lefts from rights.
That way. And then it's that way. Yeah, probably this way. So I'll go this way first. Yeah. Yep, this is a dead end. I was right. From here, it's, I think, that left. So I'll go right. Oh no, it might be right. Or it might not matter. It doesn't matter because that's just a loop. I'm almost at the end of the maze.
Nice. Okay, bamboo counters, tiki torches. Tiki torches sounds nice. I'm gonna tiki torches.
Okay. I mean, I have to do this in the order, which will give us access to electronics. There you go. We got the assembler, which will let us make electronics, so we'll be able to repair the watering robot at the coffee plant.
Good.
Oh, and this just lets me get up on top of the wall, so I can just run out.
Good.
Oh, it's nice. That if this end of the maze point ever ends up as the we found something signal tower, we're not doing it. I mean, I know the way through. It's
Oh yeah, no, I hate it. Gives me such anxiety.
I like mazes.
I'm so glad you do, sir.
Do you enjoy mazes in real life, or do they also
No.
give you anxiety? No? Oh no.
Why? Are you planning to
Like,
take me to one?
look, what happens in the maze stays in the maze.
Look, I'm going to tell you exactly what happens in the maze. I get lost, and then I have to pee. And then I have to pee in the maze on the ground while somebody watches my back so that strangers don't have to watch me fucking pee on the ground in this maze. That's what fucking happens. You want to be realistic? That's what fucking happens in mazes.
Okay, so what you're saying is if we go into a maze,
I'm gonna pee on the ground.
I should be the one keeping track of directions.
Yeah. I get lost.
That's okay, honey. I've been in a few hedge mazes. I've never been in a corn maze, but corn isn't really, like, something I've seen a lot grown here. I mean, it is, but, like, not in massive fields to make corn mazes. It's something I've only ever seen in American media.
Corn mazes?
Yeah.
Yeah, corn mazes are kind of shit too, because then I gotta fucking pee and the fucking walls are transparent.
Hey, honey.
Hey, changing my shoes.
Oh my god.
My whole fit, man.
Oh, wait. Wait, we can make casing now?
What?
We needed to make...
Make what?
We can make a motor upgrade.
Oh, nice. Good. We need that. I don't even know how I got up here. How did you get up here?
Huh?
How did you get up here?
Ran up a tree.
You ran up a tree. Okay.
Yeah, there was a log that was... Whoa!
Aren't they nice?
I like these.
These are for the mushrooms.
It's a full tank of water. Whoa, that's cool. I like that. So yes, casing and electronics will make the motor upgrade.
Okay.
Yeah. Which the assembler we need to build. Which may as well go into...
I need a moment. I feel like the inside of the maze got my insides all jostled up and now I'm feeling nauseous.
That's okay, my love. Take your time. Take as long as you need. I will remember you. I wouldn't count that. I feel like this one will be good here. Yeah. And then I can put the assembler on top of that. Yeah, just take as long as you need, my love. Okay, we need 2 sheet metal and 5 sheet metal, 5 bolts.
Okay. Okay, so I was gonna try and help by jumping on top of the maze on the walls, top of the walls, because I felt like I could maybe handle it that way, but then I realized I'd have to jump inside the maze ultimately anyways. Anyways, so
But we don't have to go there again.
yay, good. Thank goodness. Sleep.
Can we go and I sleep. Yay! We have slept.
Exhausting.
I think it being nighttime didn't help.
No.
Oh.
Wandering around in the dark.
Wanderer was in the dark?
Wandering around in the dark. Alright, I want to go to that question mark up north.
Yeah, we can do that. Oh, bolts and sheet metal make electronics. Yeah, we're gonna need lots of scrap.
I burped.
Bless you.
I'm a lady.
You are my lady. Oh yeah, we should get some shells over there by it as well.
Oh yeah, I forgot about even
Like...
I forgot because I picked up a couple shells, didn't I?
Yeah, I think you did. I don't think we want this bridge. I think we want the next bridge down. You got this. You got this.
Got
Wow.
this. Hi, Sims.
Hello, Sims.
Look, it's a very strong RV. We got this.
Go. You got this. It might be hitting an invisible wall because of the river. See blue there. What is that? Get out and push. No. I can't get out. I hop out the door and then I'm just standing in the door and then it put me back in my seat. Well, I feel like maybe are you trying to reverse?
I don't know.
I_M_Sensord said your car is toppled lol.
Look, you say I can't drive sideways, but I've been making movement. Okay? I've been progressing.
Almost free. Oh, we're free. Oh, this is the bridge we wanted
Where
to
the
go
fuck
to
am I?
anyway.
Why did it? Okay, I got stuck next to a rubber T-trap. Didn't even fucking know. It just put me right next to this rubber tree.
Wow, there's a lot of rubber trees.
I'm gonna go get the rubber, I guess.
I will drive up to...
I hit unstuck and it stuck me next to a tree that's giving rubbers.
Yeah.
Alright. Might as well collect these rubbers.
The hiking trail here, which will take us to something. There's a campfire up around the corner.
So, do you live in a country? Is Australia a country that refers to erasers as rubbers?
Yes.
Okay. So Americans don't refer to erasers as rubbers.
No, that's a condom.
That's a condom, yeah.
We have a funny story about condoms.
Is it about your mom?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, my mum brought home like 8 of a 10-pack of condoms.
Yeah.
Because someone stole 2 and then like wrapped the remaining 8 around just random things in the store.
So we go to sit down for dinner and there's just like a ream of fucking condoms on the table. We're like, so what's this about?
Yeah. I told my mum that she should just go and hold up.
I was just like, wow, and I covered my face.
Getting a bunch of different rubber duckies. Skeleton ducky.
Oh, we were getting blueprints for duckies. I thought I was losing my mind.
Yeah. Yeah, you are losing your mind. Captain Snap.
Oh, are you doing... Wait, I'm confused. Are you... Oh, you're doing a snap thing.
Yeah, There was one right here.
I
if
thought
could-
I was getting it from picking up rubber.
No. Unfortunately not. I have one bottle cap short of the next one. We need a total of 9 more bottle caps, and then we can get the last 2 rubber duckies.
Every time I hear rubbers is a razor, I do a double dig. Yeah, same.
Yeah. It's just a thing that Australia does
I_and_Simslord
from
said, how does
British
winter feel,
influence.
RN?
Right now, honestly, it doesn't feel like winter. I went to the store earlier. Like, I mean, it's like I wore a hoodie, I guess. It's not like American winters.
We want to keep going up the road here.
It's cold. Oh. This way?
Yeah.
It's not like an American winter. It's cool. Cool, I guess.
Chilly.
Chilly.
Cool. Yeah,
Yeah.
We will have really cold days sometimes, depending if we get like winds from Antarctica or not.
Honestly, I had to ask the other day because I was like, wait a second, isn't your like season split up by month and not by solstice? And he said, yeah. And so I was like, does that mean it's winter right now? And he said, yes. And I was like, it kind of just feels like a latish fall, I guess.
Yeah, that's a good concept. Good way to put it.
It doesn't feel like winter. It feels like a late fall.
We definitely do have really cold weather that is. Oh, there's a ladder up here to the
There's a
side. That's
ladder.
how we get to that. It's a hiking trail up to a campfire and a signal tower.
I believe it. Still spring there? Well, that's fine. It can be spring there. That's fine. I haven't had spring yet. Spring at 90 degrees. Yeah, fuck that shit. Alexa, what's the temperature right now? 45 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
I'm totally fine with that. It's very cozy.
Like, I'd say the coldest it will get during summer is a 0°C, which is what's freezing
It
temperature.
is like I got some light sweatpants, and a light sweatshirt. Like light sweatpants and a hoodie, and I feel very, very comfortable outside. And I say that meaning like, you know how in winter sometimes even that's not enough. You have to really bundle up. It's like it feels like it's just like if it was like me in like North Carolina, US or whatever, it's like it feels like it's just starting to get cold.
What's the temperature in Fahrenheit where water freezes?
32.
32. We do have some days that get like a bit colder than 32. But like our climate isn't suitable for snow, so we rarely,
Yeah.
if ever, get snow.
Yeah, that's what they were telling me is that even if it does get even if it does get cold enough to freeze, it doesn't snow.
Yeah. Oh, beehive. Oh, beehive. I've never seen snow in my life, but there have been days that have been below freezing, so theoretically it could snow.
Hey, it's now playing Running Up That Hill.
It is. Oh, this is Running Up That Hill.
Yeah. The one from Stranger Things.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to see snow at some point in my life.
You will. Just whenever we go back to the US.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't snow in North Carolina. It does sometimes. It's very light and it's not very deep snow, but it does snow sometimes, a couple inches.
Oh. Yeah,
I'm feeling nauseous. I'm sorry. Just
that is completely fine. The maze did your head in.
sometimes I play games and they make me nauseous and I hate it.
I think that was the problem we had with this game last time.
No, this game wasn't making me feel nauseous last time. I think I had a good time with this game last time, but
Yeah.
I think it's just because
The maze, and then like the car flipping. Just take it easy, honey.
oh yeah, I'm just nauseous because I'm on medication that already makes me nauseous, and then you weren't here, but there was a maze that I went through, and I got stuck in the maze, and I was going round and round in circles, and it was dark, and
Yeah, I feel like that would
it
make
just
better.
made myself nauseous. And so I'm not feeling too hot right now.
Yeah, take your time, honey. You do not need to rush at all. You do not need.
This game is super cozy. I just want let me just lean back in my chair.
Yeah.
Oh, ever see is it the radio tower near me that I just
No,
got? No?
it is
Nowhere
the
near me.
radio tower that is at
Hi
the very
Al,
bottom.
welcome. I
Oh,
thought you
hello,
were saying
Al.
nauseous from Tristan's driving. Do what you need for yourself. Oh yeah, I'm super nauseous from his driving. He has only driven once.
I've
Oh, but
driven a
we
couple
could
of
do
times in the
that. You
game.
could drive.
Yeah.
Oh, you want to see how the house I've upgraded the house so far? We need more weight.
I can't
More
spoon the
weight.
nastiest.
But I was like, oh, I want to make it bigger. So now we've got this much area. And then we've got little rooms over here. And then somebody followed me earlier who potentially worked on the game a little bit, and I said right as they had joined in, I said the lighting in this game sucks. I was like, wow, that'd be really bad if this person were
Ouch.
like one of the devs or something, and I just was like, the lighting in this game sucks. Yes, Tristan is a passenger princess. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And so
I'm fine to drive in this game. Aiko just likes driving.
yeah. So anyways, they said, well, they kind of worked on it for a bit before they were fired. And I said, I said, if uh if you're the one that was working on the lighting in this game, then I can see why you were fired.
But no, it was a friend that worked on lighting.
It's like you weren't on a bumper car amusement ride I was just on. It was like normal bumper cars except at random intervals. It was like if you hit a banana peel on Mario Kart and all the cars would just spin it.
Ooh, no. Okay,
I love the visualizing shit. I'm a visualizer. Me trying to visualize what the fuck you were talking about from the spinning cars did not help.
yeah, just
You just leave. Just left me.
getting the rest of the rabbit from around here, and I also saw a can.
Look, I need to show you guys what I mean though. Like,
The headlights are useless.
the headlights are useless. I need to show
They
you guys all the lights, all the
they
beautiful
make you
lights.
more blind.
Look, doesn't that light things up so nicely? And this light just make everything look so nice and bright. Hold on. Let me actually, this is actually better because I think actually right now the headlights are doing a functional job of lighting up the upstairs a little bit. Hold on.
The headlights need to be on for the upstairs to be lit.
Okay. There. Now we're gonna go upstairs. I'll show you what I mean. Look at this. These lights are doing a bang up job of being lights. Yeah? No, they're just these things glow more than these do. This be SpongeBob Advanced Darkness. Exactly. Yeah, we're fired. Oh yeah. There. Let's get it to be daytime again. Daytime is better than nighttime in this game. For
It
me.
is. Daytime's nice. It's really cozy.
Yeah, how's the rain not affect video game logic?
Oh, speaking of rain,
Speaking of rain. Oh, yay, look, it watered our crops.
Yippee!
Oh, but the wind does really affect the turbines. Damn.
Wow. Yeah, this was like a proper thunderstorm.
Oh, shit, we're gonna die.
Oh shit, here we go again.
Oh my god. It's like scary sounding. Ooh.
Okay, so if we go down this hill.
Oh, that sounds scary.
There's a warning sign for rock slides.
Okay, we have tier 2 pickaxes.
Oh, we're gonna have a wonderful
Trash! I'm gonna go get the trash.
I'm gonna go look through the binoculars. Oh, I can't look through them. Really? Oh, jar with bottle caps. A banana peel. Wow. What a clear, nice day to look through this.
Where the fuck? It's inside the little thing.
Yeah,
It
it's all in
puts
that little
itself
white
away.
box on the top.
Yeah, it puts itself away. So you'll see. Hold on. Stop it. Stop driving. Okay, go ahead. There it is.
And then I pack it away.
Yeah, pack it away.
And
Yeah.
all goes into that white
Yeah.
thing on top.
Magic.
Very realistic. Oh look, blueprint.
I don't think we need to repair the area watering robot. Just saying. I think the water's fine.
We'll get around to repairing it once we get this area. Don't worry about it. Scrap metal, good. Okay. Oh, sickle.
Ooh, yay! What do we need to make it?
The other one, the other two things were the art brush or
No, we
brush
need the
light.
sickle.
Oh, we can make that right up right now.
Yep. Nice.
That's gonna massively increase our dual fiber collection.
Yep. Welcome in, Fresh Mr. Gee.
Mr. Gee.
Mr. Gee? Mr. Gee. Fresh Mr. Gee. What would you prefer to go by? There's like options.
It's like mystery, but with Indian butter. I'm gonna bring us down here.
Oh yeah, it looks like. Wait. I think there's petals over here.
Yeah, there are. You
And
can collect the red ones as well from here. Ooh,
we got some
pretty.
tulips, and we've got the red ones.
Wildflowers. There's a campfire around there, but there's no point.
I don't know what we would be like. I feel like if we got the paintbrush, how is the painting going to work? Is it going to be that I can paint the wood like fully paint the wood, or is it like I can paint it as if I were drawing on it? Because I don't want it to be as if I was painting if I was drawing on it.
Well, yeah,
Because I
I
feel like
don't
that
know.
would look really ugly.
We can look at that later, but it's not important right now.
No.
What does this note say? Welcome aboard at Heartmoor Float Village, traveler. We went to the festival with the community, but please make yourself at home, rest, shelter, or just take a quick break on your journey. Don't forget to visit the garden boat and grab some produce.
Oh,
It's our pride and
I
joy.
did. I stole all the produce from the garden boat. It was the first thing I went to. Oh
Oh my god.
my
We can
god.
swim in here.
Can?
We can swim here, you just can't go past the boys.
Oh, can't.
Oh, you might be too far out then.
Oh.
Bottle caps.
Oh my god, Sam's. This will be the perfect place for me to be able to sit.
What did Sims recommend? Oh, toy and...
Throwing shit at me. So rude.
Oh no, you bastard. Don't throw things at my wife. She's cute. And deserves head pats. Redeem head pats. Do it.
Oh, yep, more things thrown at me, thanks. We still need the password thingy.
Yeah, we have not found the password. Oh, campfire that we can light if we get a redwood.
Now I get a head pat, thank you.
Oh, 2 onyx minerals.
Nice. We do need more onyx minerals. Oh, Tristan came taking me head pats in real life. It's like he loves me or something. Oh my god.
Maybe we should get married or something if I love you that much.
Sticking out your yeah
For the Rizzler, you're so skibbity, you're so phantom tax. I just wanna be your Sigma. Freaking come here, give me your Ohio. Now I can only hope that that actually was going through the mic and I wasn't singing a cappella to you guys again.
Oh yes. Oh, I found the password thingy.
Did you? Good.
And a stack of bananas. 3 bananas in that pile that had definitely more than 3. Had like 5. Oh, jar bottle caps. Yeah, I've been sick lately, and I'm mostly better. I think. I hope.
Thick as in like super cool, yeah? Sick.
Thick as fuck, bruh. I'm
It was?
fully
Okay.
sick.
Trying to be mean to me. What do we get? Rainwater energy.
Ooh. That's meh.
Yeah. It's kind of feel about the wind energy though, because I need to remake those things. It's not just like makes the what we've got more efficient. It's just
It's a whole new thing.
yeah.
Which probably needs electronics and something. I'm gonna take a redwood to light the campfire.
Companion training station. Use this training station to teach your companion new commands. Alright.
Well, first we have to get a companion, which I think is at the very start of the zone.
Cool,
and
there we
missed
go.
it.
We've got ourselves a companion training session. Don't even have a companion. Should probably go get a bunny or something. Oh, companion research station. I guess I might as well research companions while we're fucking here, I guess.
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
Oops. Um, uh, pouch upgrade. They can carry extra supplies. Return to vehicle. Pouch upgrade. Whistle. Teach your buddy new tricks to fetch a resource and stature in their pouch. Or search materials. You can sniff and search for a specific resource. Interesting. I'm not entirely sure. I don't have a dog, so.
Yeah, I think we missed the dog. It's at the very start of this zone.
Maybe. The rainwater turbine's pretty cheap.
That's good.
But
Can we make the rainwater collector?
like there's no point in doing that because we just had the wind turbines which cost the same and always work.
Well, wasn't there a collector and not a
Oh, we have a
turbine? Yeah, rain collector.
yeah, but we don't
Oh, common minerals.
yeah.
Wow, 2 times in the one day? Dang. I suppose we should probably go to the...
Do we have a rubber process? Oh, we didn't get a rubber processor. We just got rubber.
Yeah, we haven't seen a rubber processor
I
yet.
did see a rubber processor. I just didn't get a rubber processor because oh my god. The fuck?
Hmm?
Well, apparently we're gonna listen to a song that Sims wants to listen to. The car started bouncing. Goodbye, Tristan.
God, those
I
hydro.
love you.
Oh, there's a watermill over here.
Oh.
I'm gonna go explore it. Bye bye, my love.
Bye, my love.
I could ford the river because there was a little bit of a ford. Yee.
I
What
found a
do you
banana
have?
peel.
I know how
Found
things
ginger
change.
tea and some processed rubber. Time for me to make a duck.
Fuck.
Time for me to make a duck.
Oh my god,
What? What duck should I make, guys? The lucky ducky? Or the skeleton ducky? Or the wizard rubber ducky? Or the rubber ducky diver? Or the rubber ducky with sunglasses? Or the rubber ducky classic? What do you guys think? Getting a lot of requests here. None of those are anything about rubber duckies.
I'm preparing something to do with this water wheel, but problem is I need some scrap and a redwood plank.
Ah, right. Okay.
I suppose we can come back here later. What is this going to? Oh, it's gonna be
Have fun,
draining.
Hika. Have we lit
Have
this?
fun, Hika. Have a good stream. I thank you for hanging out.
We always love when he hangs out. It's much better than when Sims is here. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
No,
I'm kidding. Please. He knows I love him.
so aggressive today.
I am.
Never one of the fighting words.
How did I get over here? How did you get over there?
There was a spot you could walk across the river.
Oh, well.
Cloth. Bamboo. Okay. I found some shipwreck supply crates that were like bright blue, and I could just crack them open with my axe.
Okay.
And I got a singular cloth and a singular um bit of bamboo.
Nice. I'm just gonna like follow this across over here because,
Oh, this overpass is a point of interest.
yes. Yes, it is.
I'm a champ. I'm
All
a champagne.
right. Paintbrush or flashlight?
Oh, I
Paintbrush.
mean,
Paintbrush.
yeah. I genuinely feel that when we get the paint, or when we get the flashlight, it'll be like, flick. Okay, yeah, I'm not using this.
Yeah. Nope. Lame.
Daytime lighting is fantastic.
Oh, yeah. The daytime light's fantastic. For sure.
Nighttime lighting is non-existent. I have almost made it back to the car.
Oh,
My god, I can.
we should have just lit this campfire. Totally forgot. Yeah. There we go. There we go.
Nice. Coastal Bridge Campground.
I want to see how the paintbrush works. I know we've got paint.
Yeah, we can make paint easy in the mortar and pestle. It just seems like generic paint. Oh, this is the path to the next zone.
How does it work? Like, is it a tool? It is a tool. We need 2 more paint.
need to get through here? Just for reference. Clear vines with a sickle.
Fuck, did we practice well? All right. I wonder if it's just like you need the paint to make the paintbrush, and then you can use the paintbrush however you want. Or
Yeah, maybe you can just select whatever color with the paintbrush.
all right. Oops.
Electronics. I think I made 5.
Oh my god. Okay, good.
Hmm?
Oh shit. I don't know how I did this. Oh. I don't know what I'm doing. And I think I need paint in my inventory. So I need paint to paint.
Okay, so you need paint to paint, and you need paint to make
But
it.
I can choose the paint.
Okay, that's cool. Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead, I'm just gonna make all that paint. And then we can go sleep.
Yeah, it should speed up the,
Are you there?
I am here. I'll just put in some redwood planks on.
Okay.
Hey, honey.
Hey. And also I want to be able to see what it looks like in the daytime anyways.
Yeah. What is this? Oh, it's like a bus stop. Have you gone out onto the bridge at all? I think you have. Ooh, I'm fully stopped and I am taking damage. Okay, it's not an instant kill. That's nice. Consume. Can't make more pot. We might be able to use the spinning wheel to make this into cloth. I know there's some recipes you just discover by putting materials into the crafting machines.
Ooh. Not doing that now.
But I would have no idea what cloth does. In the World Cup, US versus Oz on the June 19th at 3 p.m. EST. Oh, yeah. That's interesting. Cool.
I don't have enough color to go on every wall, but I'm doing what I can.
Hyperfiber to make hyper thread. Okay. Aww. Who got second? Sims, you're second. Welcome in, Sims. Thank you for...
There we go. I've got
being in
one
second.
room colored. It actually looks really cute. I like it.
Oh no.
What?
Sims has redeemed headpads. And hydrate. I will prepare thy head.
Drink up, motherfucker. He's getting a head pat. Now I'm back. Do you like the colors, babe? I thought it would look. I thought this would give it a beachy vibe.
I do like that color. That is nice.
I don't have a lot of colors to choose from, but I can also color the inside
Maybe
of
we
these
get
things.
more colors later.
Yeah, we need. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah. So, well. Oh no.
Get in.
getting in. Okay, now I get to see what the bridge is about. I did look at the exit. And I did half of what was needed to open up the gate.
What was the other half?
Well, we needed three electrical components, which we already had.
Open the door by pulling the lever. Insert battery. We definitely don't have a battery.
Recipe for the battery components yet. Yeah, thanks for the care package, Sims.
Justin's video was lagging on my side. Yeah. Yeah. I'm also lagging on my side.
Yeah, Aiko's been having some.
I'm struggling today.
Interesting. Oh, lots of fiber here.
We're just gonna have to deal, I think. Are we gonna deal? Or are we gonna just like unsubscribe? Unsubscribe immediately. I understand.
Deal or no deal.
Understand. It's unwatchable. It's can't handle the scuff. I get it. I get it.
Is Deal or No Deal a show that Australia copied from the US?
Probably Deal or No Deal is in the US.
Okay, yeah, we probably copied it then. It was
perfectly watchable.
I hadn't watched it in ages.
My VTuber doesn't seem as laggy. Are you watching? He's lying to me. Or he's blind. Huh?
Maybe it's just laggy on your end.
Yeah, it's possible. It's just laggy to me. And it looks good to you.
Yeah, like around the dinner table, we used to watch Deal or No Deal because it was on at that time. And then after ages of not watching it, we went back and to watch it, and it's like, wow, this is terrible now.
It was terrible
the
then.
grand prize. It was terrible back then as well, but like the prize money is awful.
What do you mean?
The max prize on the Australian one used to be $200,000.
Oh. Yeah, we kind of did millions, so.
Yeah, it was $200,000, and then I believe it's now 50,000.
Oh, wow. I mean, I guess technically they're not really giving up anything for it, and like maybe some time. I don't know how many people actually want 1 million. I think I'd probably get to 20,000 and be like, yeah, I'm good.
Get offered $5. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I'm out. Bye. Ugh. No, I'm overweight. A dog treat. Let me eat it.
What's this? Durafiber. What is the difference between fiber and Durafiber? I don't find
I for the next tier up of it.
Can I buy pants? By buy pants, I meant make pants.
There is enough seashells to make one set of pants. Yes.
Okay, I just have to make two. I have to make 2 threads. Oh, I have 2 threads. Sweet.
Yeah, I had those making.
There's also Dura threads that you've been making, it seems. Okay.
Yes.
I will make pants.
Dura threads are for the bag upgrade research. Yeah, the bag research for bag 2 requires 15 Durafiber, which we can probably make.
Oh my god, I'm fucking starving.
Can't believe I'll finally be free from high school hell in 3 days. Oh, sorry, 2 days now.
You excited?
Yeah, you've worked hard.
Oh yeah, I'm starting to take. Hold on. Actually, I'm curious. I'm just gonna let myself die and see what happens. Waddle waddle. Then you walk the next day. Bum 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 ba da da. Up to the limit, it's down. Who went to the million? Let us down. Huh. Bum bum bum. What are you, grapes? I'm in pain. My character's dying.
No, let me
Battle. Then he waddled away, waddle, waddle, waddle. Then he waddled away, waddle, waddle. Till the very next day, ba 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 da.
Game over and it fully
It's like because I
resets.
asked, because I said, you said what?
Imagine if it just says game over and then it just deletes the save.
Oh my god. I wonder if it'll stop me from serving.
Maybe.
Nope.
You dead? You okay?
No, I'm just dying an incredibly slow death. Don't mind me. Oh, now that I'm not heavy, I can jump.
Yay!
Trying to hurt myself faster.
No, no. My love. She's beating herself up. She's her own
Look, I
worst
just want to see
enemy.
what happens if I die. Waddle, waddle. Then waddle away, waddle, waddle. Then waddle away, waddle, waddle. To the very next day, pam, 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 pa-da-dum. Up to the lemonade stand, he said to the man running the stand, hey, got any grapes? Or glue? Sorry, my bad.
Glue, glue.
Got any grapes? Wonder what happens if I die.
That's a good question.
I have no idea what this fucker's requesting. He's just requesting links. It could be like fucking all the explicit songs.
All the explicit people.
It's a good thing he's trustworthy
Do
for the
they
most
all
part.
come from?
Ooh, backpack upgrade 2. Hello.
Which just takes 7 Dura thread. I think we have enough.
Oh my god, that's amazing. Can't wait.
Yeah, we have enough for both of us to get
That's incredible.
backpackers. Yeah, that's what the Dura thread I was making was for. Cost 15 to research it, and then 7 each afterwards.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just gonna die here. Do I look like I'm in pain? Do I look like I'm hurting? Do I have an expression of distaste of grimace? Do I look?
No, you look fine.
See?
You look like you just. How
Well,
much
I
health
guess
do you have?
about a quarter.
Dang, that is really slow.
Yeah. I'm just dying super slow.
Get on here and then on here.
Low.
Oh my god, you can take damage by jumping off from there.
From where?
If you get up on on these cabinets and then like you have to get up on the side of the wall
Okay.
and you can jump off that
Okay. I'll check it
and
out.
you take damage if you hit the ground.
Yeah, but I want my
You want your backpack and
backpack.
it waddles away, waddle waddle to the very
Are
next
you on? Are you
backpack.
still on that song?
No, in my head I am. No, those 5 bananas turn
Yay!
into 3.
Upgraded backpack 70.
Oh, whoops! Accidentally deposited those download vouchers.
Where am I supposed to go? Oh, there you go. Oh, that didn't hurt. Guess I'm just built different. Oh, all right, all right, all right. What happened? I fainted.
Oh yeah, you just fainted. What's your health at?
Quarter. But my hunger also went up to a quarter. For some reason, when I fainted, food got shoved in my throat.
Force feed.
Alright.
That's how you fix fainting.
Yep. I gotta pee. I'll be back.
Okay, let me see if the Dura thread's done so I can make mine. Yeah. $70. Oh, that's a nice increase. That was an increase of 30. That almost doubled backpack capacity. Anything under the bridge on this side? There was on the other side. No. Welcome back, honey. Hello, cutie.
Konbanwa, Dana.
Konbanwa.
There's some things that I've been wanting to learn. Like, I'm tired. And I don't remember how to say I'm hungry, but I'm gonna look at. Hold on, let me see. Let me look at my thing. I love how it just comes to me as spamming links on Tristan's end. Oh, does it? I don't know if it does actually, because it's. Does it?
It might.
No, do you see him spamming links in your chat?
Go to my chat.
Oh,
yeah, it's just a bunch of links.
Oh, is it? Okay.
But if he was in my chat sending them,
It wouldn't work.
Wait, no, are you still
Okay, it would be onaka suita. Onaka suita.
No, pickle.
Nani taberu?
Taberu?
Chanto tabete ne. Oh, I just told you to make sure you eat. Nani taberu? Ona suita. Not my face. You said make sure to eat. Onaka suita. Onaka or onaka? Onaka suita. Suita? Suita. I'm gonna ask the chat GPT thing, see.
Chat GPT is actually quite useful for language
Make
learning.
sure I am speaking. Okay. Onaka suita. What am I saying? Fuck. Onaka suita. Fuck. I keep doing son of a bitch. Onaka suita. What does that mean in Japanese?
I'm hungry. Literally,
Yeah.
my stomach is empty.
Yeah, I did it. Onaka suita. Yeah.
Onaka.
Exactly. Onaka suita. That's exactly what I said.
Suita.
Onaka suita,旦那さん.
Oh no. She's telling me she's hungry. Do you want onigiri?
Right. I don't remember how to say please.
Onagai.
Hi, onagai.
You don't need to have hi.
Onagai. Itadakimasu. Itadakimasu.
Itadakimasu is when you're eating.
Well, yeah, you'll give it to me and then I'll say itadakimasu.
Yes. But itadakimasu means
Arigatou,旦那さん.
welcome in Japanese. Just I keep forgetting that.
Hi, me too. We are practicing Japanese when we can, when we remember to. I have things written down so I can try practicing them. And I don't know, like, you've learned another language for your religion, right? Hebrew and everything like that. How do you, do you practice speaking it in your everyday life, or is it just because I've never successfully learned a new language, right? Do you just, when do you speak it? When do you speak it? Occasionally? Just, yeah. But I feel like we're at occasionally. He's gone to go get me some onigiri. You have to speak Hebrew during the holidays. So you probably have to at least know it a little more than casually, yeah? Like when you were learning it, like did you just grow up learning it? And that's how you were able to do it? It's because you grew up learning it? Everyday life, I speak Spanish. What? Oh, like just. Oh my god. Kinda, I only know Hebrew for holidays. I know biblical Hebrew. Oh, I see. So it's not like you know Hebrew conversationally. Oh. Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. What the fuck am I listening to? Oh, from Phineas and Ferb. Okay. Fair, I guess. What I was wondering, do you know it? Do you know? Yeah, no, can't hold a conversation in modern Hebrew. Oh, okay. But like your level of Hebrew is like I could read from the Bible in Hebrew, maybe. Possibly. Barely. You read enough for your bar mitzvah, and then you were like, nah, I'm done. It's mostly just memorized. Oh no. It's like, what'd you say? I don't know. Am I buy flowers? I don't think I'm anywhere near flowers. Arigato danasa. Oh, he's sick, and I want to give him tisses, and it sucks. So I can't. He thought about it though. He almost did.
I almost did.
Then he remembered. The onigiri. We'll just keep some in the fridge for whenever we randomly get hungry. Like now.
They're great, relatively healthy snack.
Yeah.
Spicy tuna is the best.
Mm-hmm. Except the past few times I've gotten, I haven't got much tuna in mine. Mostly just rice and onigiri. Or rice and ray.
Hopefully this time it's better.
Hmm?
Hopefully this time it's better.
Not based on my first bite.
Maybe it's all down the bottom.
Maybe. Apparently Sims is better at speaking Spanish than he is at speaking Hebrew.
Oh.
Oh. Like, I never really understood what kind of Spanish I was learning. If I was learning Spain Spanish or like Mexico Spanish.
You were probably learning Latin American Spanish.
Sim says that he's yeah, that's what I'm saying. We live in a highly Hispanic state. That's true. I did too, which is why I always really wanted to learn Spanish. But now I live in Australia, which is, I guess, if I wanted to learn a new language for practicality purposes, I could learn in, I want to say Indian, but I don't know if that's what they call their language, actually, now that I think about it.
They've got multiple different language groups.
Hindi. There you go.
Hindi's the main one. Yeah.
You know, if I wanted to be practical about it, I could learn Hindi. 'Cause there's a lot of Indian people here.
Mandarin's also a good one to learn.
But I'm just gonna learn Japanese. Because I want to watch anime without looking at it. Wow, wow, wow. Oh my god, I love this song. Means that I love you. Why do I know this song? Why do I know this song?
We need clay. How the hell do we get clay?
What the fuck is this? Why do I know it? I'm horrified. Bow chicka wow wow. That's one of the things. Wow wow wow. When my heart starts pumping. Chicka chicka choo wow. Chicka chicka choo means that I love you. Fuck. Where did I learn that? I don't even watch that show.
I have no idea what this even is.
It's from Phineas and Ferb. Wow, wow,
Oh.
wow, when my heart starts to wow.
I have seen Phineas and Ferb, but I...
Chicka means that I love you. Wow, wow. What does anything? Wow, 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 when my heart starts pumping. Chicka chicka choo wow. When I stop at chicka chicka means I love you. Get chicka chicka means I love you. Get chicka chicka means I love you, baby, baby, baby. Oh no. Oh, I fell out.
No.
Oh,
I was gonna run you over to put you in the passenger seat right away. Let's do this.
I just shove a whole onigiri in my mouth so I could have both hands to race towards the car. That
I was gonna
motherfucker.
run you over to put you in the passenger seat. Oh, Ben. And a letter.
We're good at picking up trash.
On the beach. Oh, hey, look, there's a boat out there.
Oh.
This is a reminder. Take my nighttime meds.
Ah!
Midnight?
This is a reminder. Take my nighttime meds.
Alexa, stop.
Oh, they're payments.
I was sitting there thinking about this song. I was like, what is this song? Oh yeah, I've heard this song, yeah. I'm glad that you're dying of laughter. Hate this fucking model, dude. I'm looking at him like, every time I like look over at my model, I'm like, I fucking hate this shit. What am I doing? I cannot wait until you guys see our new models, because they look so fucking good.
You could always join me in trash.
I could, but then like, maybe we wouldn't get followers because they don't think we're VTubers, because I'm not a VTuber.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
Maybe people only want to watch VTubers, and they're like, I don't want to watch a ping tuber or a gift tuber.
Is that why I never you?
Yeah.
They hate my pingness?
They don't like your trash self.
Yeah.
What's today?
Sunday.
Is it Sunday?
Sunday.
I need to fill in my pills. So it looks like Monday I did not take my nighttime meds. So I'll take it. I'm sorry, I was just sitting here listening to this fucking song, dude.
Oh, it's this song.
Girly girl with a girly secret. The captions. thought Alexa's kids are seasoned. I'm glad the captions are working though. That's fucking great. Even if they're not accurate. We killed a man on purpose. I noticed it was a feature on OBS, and I was like, oh, I'll just turn that on. It's not gonna hurt anything. And maybe like it'd be good for like people who are deaf, maybe or hard of hearing, or maybe people want to pay attention to what I'm.
It is actually the most common amongst people younger than me and like my generation to watch things with subtitles.
I watch things with subtitles all the time,
Yeah.
but that's because I'm fucking hard of hearing. Unless I'm looking at your mouth.
I think the biggest problem with people of like my generation and
It's not just to do with anime.
no, it's not just to do with anime. It's like for some reason movies and shows have moved into a way into like a different format of we're gonna make the music really loud and the voices really quiet.
Yeah, I know.
And it's
The thing is, I've been doing it for a long time.
they have and it's horrible.
It is horrible, I agree. So I wind up turning the volumes down pretty low so that
They may as well just remove the actors and just have subtitles though.
yeah. Sometimes it's like I can hear it, but there's so much going on that it's like I don't it's like I feel like I'm hearing it but like not catching everything.
Yeah.
That's what I mean by like I feel like I'm kind of hard of hearing. And growing up, my family would make fun of me because whenever people talk, I look at their mouths instead of their eyes or whatever. Because, like, it's basically my way of confirming what it is you're saying. I could probably not look at you and, like, I can probably hear what you're saying, but I could definitely hear what you're saying if I'm looking at your mouth. It's an extra confirmation.
Yeah. Yeah, my mom does that as well.
So everybody used to make fun of me. They would like, they'd literally be laughing at me. Like they'd start talking to me and they're like, oh, she's doing it again. She's looking at my mouth. She's looking at the mouth. Oh my God. Ha ha ha. And I'm like, what?
Incredibly fucking
Why
rude,
did
dude.
my family make fun of me?
That is
They
so
tell me I need butt
incredibly rude.
implants. They tell me, you know, I need they tell me I can't sing. They tell me well my mom tells it like or they say that Brooke's the singer in the family.
They just were really mean to you, and I don't know why.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Made me have thicker skin, I guess. Maybe. Brooks the figure in Tim. I watch things with
Yep,
subtitles all the time, but
exactly
that's
like
because
that.
I'm bucket hardened here.
Bricks the figure team. Yep.
I don't know what that means. What does that mean?
It's what the subtitles. I thought you were saying.
Oh,
Captions. Eiffel Tower. I hope another shell spawns.
I see. That's what. That's. Bless you. I don't see the problem. That's exactly what I said.
Yeah.
I said Brooks the figure in team, obviously. I don't know why Phineas and Ferb have decided to make such a special appearance on the stream today. Alright, let's go. What was on the ship?
Some
Oh,
bottle caps.
just fucking. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on a second. Oh, damn. They won't let me drive in there more.
Only a limited amount you can go in. So there were some metal resources, some some bottle caps. That was about it.
Okay.
If there was anything else, I missed it.
This entire area has been chaotic.
It has been. Hotel.
I think it's the unstuck button in that fucking maze, dude.
Yeah. Yeah.
A lot of how the fuck did I get here? Why do I have a temperature gauge now? Was that always there?
I think it was always there. It's just like hasn't been relevant, so we just ignore it.
Yeah, we can go this way. Goodbye.
I got back in quick enough. Yeah, there's gonna be a signal tower and a campfire that
Yeah, I see it coming up.
We're running pretty low on redwood, so if we see more of that, we should get it.
Okay.
See more.
See more. Let's. You know how badly I want to watch One Piece, bro. You can't understand.
We've been streaming for 4 hours.
I want to watch One Piece so bad.
I don't think people would have an issue.
I've got a problem. I'm turning into you.
People have finally sunk in deep.
It only took forever for I get to the point where I'm like, I need it.
Yeah. It's very much it's
Smasher. Download this blueprint to start smashing tough rocks into precious minerals.
oh, that's amazing.
I don't know if it's like any rocks or like
Probably the
specific.
rocks we got from the exit. Yeah, like I genuinely am of the opinion that One Piece starts out good, but it's nothing to rave about. But then it gets better, and it just keeps getting better.
Okay. Rocks into common minerals. Moss rocks into onyx minerals. Amberstone into red minerals. Okay. I need onyx minerals for. Hold on.
We had 2.
I need 10. So I need 8 more onyx minerals. Okay, and I need 2 more bolts, I think. One more bolt, it looks like. I hate fancy. DY. Oh no. Oh no. This is good. This is good. Oh my god. This smasher crushes your rocks into minerals. Don't take its power for granted.
Do we get clay from either of them?
No.
Okay.
Amberstone into red minerals. But the common minerals was needed for something, wasn't it?
Yes, common minerals are needed for the I don't think it's an upgrade. I think it's to build something.
I don't remember.
Neither do I. I remember talking about it not long ago. Oh, the rain catcher.
Oh, right.
Yeah. I need 10 common minerals for that.
At the workbench? Oh my god, that's just for researching it. Oh my god. 5 bolts and 5 onyx minerals.
We have the bolts, I believe.
No, we don't. Because I just used them. Apparently, I have to do this twice. Just start down.
Just made a bunch of bolts.
Alright, I just need 5.
That's okay. We need bolts for a lot of things after. Like in order to make electronics, we need a bolt and a sheet metal.
I needed 10 onyx and 10 bolts to unlock the ability to craft something that needs 5 bolts and 5 onyx. So dumb.
Yeah, we need clay to be able to make the motor upgrade. To make
I
clay to
see.
make casings. We're also gonna need clay for the next weight capacity upgrade and glass.
Oh, how do you know?
Because I can see it in the research thing. Because you researched the previous weight capacity one.
Oh, okay. That's right, I did.
It just hasn't been built.
Clay and glass is what we need for that. Okay.
Yeah.
Good to know.
We should be getting clay soon.
I really am very curious to see how much weight it adds.
Yeah. I mean, the backpack upgrade was really nice. It added 30 capacity. So if it follows a similar formula,
What I get? Okay, it's more, but I don't know.
let's see. It might be 50 now.
Maybe.
Yeah, I feel like that might be 50. What does the research for the last one say? Okay, so yeah, there's 2 more upgrades for weight capacity. Last one that says you can haul a castle now. I love hauling castles. Ooh, oh my god.
What?
I almost fell off the cliff. So used to invisible walls being everywhere because you can't touch the water, but you can touch like the shallow water.
Oh, these roofs are a lot more solid. Oh. Are these always wood? I didn't think these were wood before. I thought these were made of tarp.
Oh.
What the fuck?
Oh. Well, this is actually just gonna be fine. I've fallen down to a beach, but I am fine with this because seashells. Probably a gnome. Bottle. Seashell.
Where did these move now?
Coconut, another moss rock. It's good to grab. Another coconut. Ooh, no, I'm really hungry. Let's swim out and get whatever this is. Cloth? Okay, that's fine. Oh wow, that's cute.
What?
I think I see a gnome, and it's in a unicorn floaty.
Oh, that's adorable.
In a unicorn ring. Shut up and dance with me.
He like
Yep, it is a gnome on it. Oh, The gnome was wearing a flamingo floaty,
Oh,
flamingo ring, and had an ice cream cone.
that's adorable. The fuck? Oh,
All our crops got watered.
very quickly. It scared me.
Yeah, it always sounds like something's breaking.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, scrap metal down here respawned. But does that mean yes? The seashells
I'm
have
gonna put
respawned.
like
We just have to leave.
that here, and then this here.
I have no idea what's going on. Are you building something?
Yeah. Why?
Oh, every time you're doing something, I can hear like I can hear it
Oh.
making the sound of the water, the crops getting watered again. But
Oh, I'm not watering the crops again.
I know it's just the sound it's making, which is weird and freaking me out.
Sorry.
What are you even making?
Walls.
Oh,
Just placing walls.
it's
It's-
insane.
I don't know.
But I can hear it easy from here.
I feel like one corner there, and then
I can probably make my pants now.
that's
Got more
so.
shells. Yeah, the crops are freaking out on my end.
Are they?
Yeah, they're just constantly getting watered over and over
They're
again.
not to me. Okay, hold on. What if I do?
My pants are upgraded. Well, these are wood. They really did look like top,
Yeah, right?
but they're wood. And it's the same color as. Wait, did you paint them,
I
or is it
painted
just?
the walls. I didn't paint the roof.
Oh, so it's the same color.
Yeah, well, now I feel like repainting the walls a different color because it looks weird.
Yeah, maybe.
Or maybe I'll just repaint the roof. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows?
Nope, nope. Too heavy. 51.2.
Okay, that's good to know. Good reference.
I like there being like little stations, but I wanted to make beds. This is the bedroom.
Aiko, do you know the book Animal Farm from Sims?
Yeah. I do. The communist. I was getting ready to say Communist Manifesto, but kind of.
That's a different book. I do not.
It's a comment on communism, or it is
Yeah.
based on communism, or it is communist pigs.
Oink, oinkers, oink, oinking.
My
No
favorite
bash.
high school book was The Scarlet Letter. No, it made an animated. Did you know that they made it? No. Wait. Maybe. Maybe I did know that.
Oh.
But I hate that. Let's see. What do I want on my little bedside table? Ah, decoration books. Tristan can have ducks.
The ducks take processed rubber, and I've only got one.
All right, one duck then. I had a bobblehead duck. That was one.
Nice.
Okay, what other duck do you want? Do you want ducky, kitty duck, skelly duck, wizard duck, ducky diver, ducky with sunglasses, or regular ducky?
It's got to be either wizard duck or skelly duck. I'm thinking wizard duck because.
Yeah.
Fair
Fair enough. I'll give you some flowers. They're pink because it's your favorite color. And we'll save room for another duck. Now let's move this duck. All right. Yeah. All right. Hold on. Wait. Let's put a little some lighty decor. Lighting. Very pretty. Very pretty, huh? What about these ugly fucking curtains? Why not? I know, could you just put this candle here? That'd be nice. Yeah. Oh, we should actually move the closet into here since this is our room now. Oh my god, it's so cute. They definitely were tarps before. I'm not losing it, right? I know. Babe, come up here. I want you to see the room.
Okay. I climbed the ladder. Oh my god, it's a ladder. Oh.
Oh my god, I just realized that this is cutting through the fucking wall. It looks weird.
Oh.
There we go.
I'm curious if we can do this. No, we can't recycle the built-in bed downstairs. This is adorable. I love this. These lamps are actually somewhat useful, and they're about as powerful as the headlight.
Yep.
They provide some level of light that is hard to see through because it's hazy.
But it's cool. It's because we got a little room now.
It's so cute, and we got doggies.
Mm-hmm. That's how you know this is your side and this is my side, because you got the duckies and the pink flower. I can't put the rest of this roof up, unfortunately.
He loves me.
I could probably put it up there if I take these two down. Hold on, let me check the weights really quick.
Nah. It's
No, I'd be able to put two up here, but that wouldn't finish it.
I think it's fine as is. We'll get the next weight upgrade soon.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, nice.
But
All
look,
the crops
here's
are
the
done.
mushrooms over here, and here's the other crops.
Oh, nice. Coast berries. Yes, we should probably plant some of the other crops. Oh, what's this? We've only got one. Lavender. Ooh, definitely growing that. We can grow coffee.
There we go.
I'm gonna do a big thing of coffee because we're really good on basically everything else. Except for ginger, but ginger I may as well keep one ginger going. Get some more coast berries.
How does it look from out here? Oh, it's cool. It looks like a little bungalow now.
Yeah. Yeah, we've literally got a nice looking house on top.
Nothing super fancy, but it's nice.
It'll get fancy. And we can even like build stuff out here. I honestly think it's not really worth building out here until you have the max expansion for it.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, I could put that up there.
Like a few things, like the companion training bench would be fine out here.
I mean, we don't have a companion yet, so I
Yeah,
just
there's
kind
no
of was
point.
like, nah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put this over here. Oh, I don't have enough bamboo. Apparently, I used bamboo to make these torches. When did we have Where did we get bamboo?
Oh, some crates I broke had some bamboo on it.
Oh, I see.
Let's figure out what coffee does.
No. Coffee machine. I need 5.
Oh my god, it gives 100 food.
Does it?
Yeah.
I don't like ever think I'm really struggling that much with food.
Yeah, neither do I.
Making a coffee anyways.
Wow. Planted a bunch of coffee beans for when it rains. Oh, the mushrooms were also done. The mushrooms are gonna be more of the problem. Let's just grow a bunch of these ones. Cool. I'm ready to head out if you are.
Fucking go.
So where are you going?
Alright, guess we just follow this along and see where it takes us.
I'd appreciate it if you could rate me 5 stars on this journey.
Just sit in the back. Not even sit next to you, just all the way back here. Like, honey, my love, my darling, my dear, you stink. Yes, it's a new map. We went from over on this side, down here on this map, down here, and then we're up to here now. What the fuck is happening? Oh. And I just sat all the way in the back seat for no fucking reason. Now we're just driving. Oh look, we're kind of headed somewhere. To something. Do I know what's here? Fuck no, I don't. Steam or Switch? Neither. Game Pass.
Game Pass on PC.
It might be on Steam. It might be on Switch. I don't know, but we're playing it on Game Pass on PC.
This game could easily be on everything.
Yeah.
It is not an intensive game,
No.
and it is so cozy that it deserves to be on everything.
I
You haven't.
need 10 redwood planks.
I don't. We don't have enough redwood to do that.
Fuck. We need to get 10 redwood planks. Got our house. It's coming along. Only partially built. I feel like if this is like, this is what I mean. Like, the reason I say things like, ooh, wish that, like, after this, I kind of want to go through and 100% it. Here's what I mean by that. I mean, I would go to a fucking flower forest and I would just sleep 10 like sleep and then come out and pick all the flowers and then sleep and come out and pick all the flowers and then sleep and go out and pick all the flowers just so I didn't fucking paint. But right now it's like I feel like I'm trying to take it naturally because otherwise that's gonna be boring as hell to watch.
Well, people don't want to watch you sleep maxing.
Sleep maxing for paint
Yeah.
purposes.
Did you go up the Oh, this is actually the way to the point of interest.
We paint this instead. We could paint the roof instead. Ooh. You have it on Switch? Ooh. Well, that explains that. That answers that question. What are you talking about, babe? Where'd you go?
The stair up this way will take us to the last point of interest, the lighthouse.
Yeah, that'd be great if we had 10 fucking redwood planks.
Oh, that's what you're asking for it
Yeah,
for.
there's a broken bridge up there, yeah.
Okay, cool. How much redwood do we have? We've got 7 redwood and oh, we already have 11 redwood planks.
Huh?
There's already 11 redwood planks in there.
Oh, of course there is.
Last page. I'll let you build it. I do remember making a bunch of them for something.
Obviously this.
Yeah, this. I predicted the future.
Yeah, you did. Good job.
Oh my god. Look at that untextured boat and sky.
Hey, don't texture shame it.
It's just in the mist. I actually don't know if it's textured or not. It's out there in the fog. It could have good textures. Ooh.
Broke a rock. Now I'm going to the lighthouse. Ooh.
Oh, interesting how the seashells get up here, but
Obviously, they are cast here by giant waves.
probably. Signal decryptor found immediately. Nice.
Yeah.
The beacon's broken. Repair the light bulb, turn on the rotating light. Oh, this is going to unlock the ferry for us.
Oh.
3 electronics. We can make that. There's 2
Levers.
in the...
Can't tell me what to do.
Van.
I pulled all the levers. What do you mean? Here's pull some levers to move the light bulb. I did pull all the levers. Ketchup.
No name ketchup that had a red ice cream.
That's adorable.
Bottle cap.
Oh, no signal available.
Oh, what's
Damn.
this? Right when I was ready to leave on my weekend off for the party, the lighthouse beacon went dark. Don't worry, the bulb can be repaired at the ground floor workbench. After that, reinstall it upstairs and you should be able to start the rotation mechanism again.
Alright,
Let's keep those boats safe.
ground floor. Workbench. I need 3 electronics.
Oh, found a painting.
Nice.
And there's the floppy disk.
Oh, cool.
There's a door midway down.
Not that that really
I missed one going up.
helps us out, because
So we have 2 electronics made, and we have enough materials to make a third.
Okay, do you want to do that?
Yeah, I'll run back and get that.
It just says maybe you should pull some levers to move the light bulb. So I guess I'll do that while
Yeah,
you make
you
the
figure that.
electronics and I figure out how light bulbs move. Okay, repaired light bulb. Light bulb not present at this workbench. Okay.
Literally making a mini fort.
Yeah, I get that.
Hey, how you doing, Captain Europe? Electronics, take these 2, and go make one more.
Am I stupid? Oh, wait. Here we go.
You could do that? Oh, you're gonna go watch Stargate SG-1. Nice.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, I've got the 3
There it
on me.
is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, SG-1's good.
Okay. Don't worry, we got this. We got this. We got this. Okay.
Right down there, we need a break.
Gotta
Ooh.
that way, I guess.
I
Yeah, there we
that.
go. We did it. Now we just need electronics.
Yep, I'm almost there, my love.
That's fine.
I'm at the,
You're
like,
just gonna watch SG1. I hope you enjoy watching SG1, and thank you. I'm glad you're having a good day. I don't know what SG1 is, babe.
It's Stargate.
Ah,
SG-1.
yeah, I knew that.
Oh, it's on Netflix. Interesting.
I'm gonna watch
Okay,
something on
so-
Netflix later too. Okay, so we're gonna pull that back.
Oh, I
Now
can't
we're gonna
see.
go up.
It's going up.
Yeah. Now we have to go to the second room.
Oh, so the controls are like per floor. Okay, that's
Yeah,
cool.
that took me a second. I sat there and like clicked the fucking levers. I was like, what the frick?
Yeah, it's going up again. And once that's in place, we'll hopefully get the signal on.
Now it gets screwed in, I assume.
Yeah, we got signal on the downloads now.
Ooh, what are we downloading? Battery assembler. Alright, I guess. Didn't we need a battery for something?
Yes, for the exit, we needed 2 batteries, and it's also used for a lot of upgrades.
Oh, right.
Battery.
Okie dokie, well, we did pretty good at the lighthouse.
Yeah, that it was honestly great that we had the stuff to make
Yes.
those.
We still need to
hand.
repair the aerial watering robot.
Yes, I have built like another 2 electrical components for when we head back over there.
Nice.
But yeah, that was
Pretty
nice and
easy
quick.
peasy.
The levers on the puzzle don't seem like the most intuitive thing. But alright. Are you gonna go crack open that crate?
I want to.
So far, I've only gotten cloth or bamboo from them.
I got a cloth.
Nice.
I've
Needed.
never seen the crate before, so. When you were talking about how you cracked open crates for him, I didn't understand what you meant.
Yeah, that's what I meant. There's crates and there's barrels in that color. They stand out like a sore thumb when you actually see them.
Well, the only reason I saw it is because it was popping in and out of render.
Oh. Well, I guess I'll get this one recipe available.
Oh. Yay.
Yay. I hope it's actually good, but it's probably not.
I'm not putting a bunch of faith into that.
I'm not. I hope it's good, but I'm not gonna.
Be surprised if it's not.
Yeah.
What's gonna annoy me is if we wind up using some expensive resources to make it.
Yeah, if it's
Bruh!
expensive resource. Probably
The
electronics
frick?
and batteries.
Get your ass on the ground. What are you doing up there? Huh.
You just walked through the car on my screen.
What do you mean unset camp first? I can't unset. Oh, there we go, I guess. Fucking. Stop! What's wrong with this fucking car? It likes to fly. Alright, it's not too expensive.
What are they? Bolt and scrap. Oh, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay, it's not bad. It's not
Better than the
bad.
headlight?
Yes.
Oh. I would have been happy if it was like equal to the headlights, and because it's like flashlight 1.
No, it's good.
That's amazing.
It's a solid game flashlight. Like, feel free to like test it out yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just making the last bolt or two I needed.
Can you see my flashlight?
I can.
Hmm.
Wow, that actually lights up quite well.
Right?
Oh, that is a
Oh, it's on
solid
your
flashlight.
head.
Oh,
Is mine on my head?
yours is on your head. It doesn't even show a flashlight.
Yeah, it
It's
doesn't
just like
either.
a cone of light.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not bad.
That's actually quite good.
Yeah.
We've found a good light source. Can we drive?
Like, look at this. By comparison, look. Here's our light. Tristan, come over here.
Mm-hmm.
Come over to me. Shine it that way, or shine your flashlight that way. Okay? Look at this light compared to this light. Like, there is a very clear and obvious difference here. This is just fucking white smoke. This is light. This is fine. This is
That really
what the
is just
fuck
white.
is this?
Why is this so bad?
I don't know. I need to clean the headlights. That's clearly the issue. Right. Goodbye.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Just ran me over into the car.
Hoping that would work.
Yep, just go left here. We can just keep going along the beach.
Yes,
Obviously,
video games make me happy because this would 1000% get stuck in the sand.
oh yeah, yeah. You need
Why don't you
a
ever go
lightweight
outside
vehicle.
if you like RVing around? Why don't you just go RVing in real life? Because it's not the same.
It is not fun. We have to be, outside.
Bugs. I can't like.
Oh, you're almost there.
Oh,
Yeah, nice.
I think this is just bringing me back down to the beach.
Yeah, I think I will.
That's fine.
Oh, the other captain snaps. Probably not as gonna be as satisfying as the rubber duckies. Oh, they're cute.
Is it a kite?
I think so. Yeah, kites.
All right. How do we? Oh, cute. Very cute.
Ooh, that is adorable. I like that.
Doesn't more bottle caps?
We should have some more.
Yeah, we got a few.
Let me go up to this campfire on the beach, see if there's Oh, it's so nice using the flashlight. It's actually good. There's some bottle caps down here. It's not great when you look directly down because it's just so fucking bright on the sand. Ow.
Mm.
Eyes.
I'm not keeping mine on all the time. Sometimes it's too bright.
Yep. Oh my god, there's a gnome under here. The night owl Anya. 안녕하세요.
Gamble.
You have any bottle caps left? Are you able to do the last spin? Nice. I got another D6 that I just chucking in the car.
And now I'll put the rest back.
Let me go and light the campfire. I still don't know the purpose of lighting the campfires other than ticking a box. And that honestly might be the only purpose. I lit almost half the total campfires. We've got another 10 to light in this zone.
Yeah, it looks like a butterfly and a heart.
Those are lovely.
To go find Tristan.
Hmm?
I don't know where you are. Oh, you're beside me. I see.
Genuinely wish I could just turn my flashlight on and point it out the window. It would be better. We might be able to drive through that little water area. Looks possible. Yeah.
There we go.
Nice. Wonder what's gonna be out here.
I don't know what this is. I'm curious though. Oh my god.
This is a wedding setup. Aww.
What is this? What a fellow.
Oh my god, it's a dinosaur.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, this is so cute. Oh my god, it's a seal.
Hello, Tristan. I love you.
Hi, Aiko, I love you. We're married now. Nom, 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 nom.
I can only customize my vehicle. I was trying to customize you. You're good. You're already custom for me.
I'm a custom fit person.
Yes, you are.
Ugh.
I found a coconut. I'm getting all
My
sorts of
flashlight on, like, pointing at
seashells.
the ground. Don't turn your flashlight on while
Ah.
pointing at the ground. It's blinding.
Yeah. Well, when you told me that the flashlight was blinding while on the ground, right? So I was like, oh, I wonder how the flashlight's here. So if you're at a cap and snap thingy, do not fucking shine your flashlight because that's
Okay.
blinding.
It just seems like flashlight against a solid surface is very blinding.
Yeah.
Knitter bottle caps.
Got coconuts.
You have nuts?
Coconuts. These nuts. What are you doing? The dino wedding was for me. I know, that's what I'm saying, right?
I'm honestly surprised there's not a gnome here.
I found. Did you already light this campfire over here? Over there?
Yeah, that one over across the river. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I don't even have that area unlocked.
Nice. Can swim across
Why
here.
we got seashells?
I see a gnome over there.
There's so many seashells.
Seashells, she shells by the theme store.
She sells seashells by the seashore.
Pink Samurai is the name of that gnome. Whoa, why is that so bright? Oh my god.
Rexy's relatives? Yeah. See, look at all this.
Castle's evil, Aiko.
Why?
Come over here.
I'm Kim. Why is the castle evil? Really weird thing for you to say. A sandcastle.
Shine your flashlight and get close to the flag.
Ah!
He's so evil.
Blinding. Very reflective, at the very least. You didn't even pick up the trash that was over here, Tristan? Jeez.
There's trash there?
There
I
was.
picked up the bottle caps.
I got the trash. You gonna pick up the freaking trash, just leave litter all over the damn place.
Oh, more bottle caps next time.
Nasty ass.
Okay. I'm starving to death. No.
How pretty that is, though. Look at the distance.
Eat this coconut.
Probably be prettier in the daytime, though.
Probably, yeah.
We'll probably find out.
Oh my god.
What?
In the sand over here, someone's written hi with redwood logs.
Oh,
I'm
really?
picking them all up. Yeah.
I love that.
I want to pick them all up. We need more redwood. In fact, I needed redwood to light that fire.
Leap.
I'm gonna light the fire and I'm gonna go camping right here.
Okay.
Anything interesting? Nope. It literally just ends the day where I'm standing. Nothing
Oh,
interesting
these flowers
happens.
are pink. I thought they were blue.
Yeah. Yeah, the color change at night times are ridiculous. Better run faster.
Probably even prettier then. I'm coming over here. I wanted to get a view from the daytime. See if this was as pretty. Ooh, it is pretty.
It is really pretty.
Oh, it is prettier, I think. These are the modern tiki torches. Probably doesn't need bamboo.
No. No, I don't think it does. Yeah, I went into this cave and there's nothing here.
This way?
Yeah, I mean, there was some litter and some bottle caps at the thing here.
It looks like there'd be more.
Yeah, it does look like there'd be more.
This is not a
But,
cave.
yeah.
I don't know how you looked at this and thought it was a cave. It's a crevice.
Oh, yeah, the crevice I went into it.
Let's see where we're at. Okay.
I've done almost an entire loop of this place.
Yeah, almost. We gotta get up to the road now, though.
I gotta go back to the captain's nap.
All right. But I'm not allowed to go through that way. Did you get that campsite already?
Yes, that was the one you were looking at across the river.
No, it was not.
What was the...
No, it was not.
No?
The one
That
that
was
you,
the one that was
the one that
over
you
on-
lit right before you went into the tent. That's the one I was talking about.
Oh. I hadn't explored there.
I see. Mm.
But I lit it before I went to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
That's where I slept.
I guess that's good because I was sitting there thinking, because you said you did not, you already lit that one, and I was like, oh, okay. Well, I haven't seen that area yet, so I'm gonna go over there. And I guess it's good I decided to hang around a minute.
Yep. That was very good.
Boy. Literally, did you light this campfire yet? The one that's like right in front of me? Yeah, I already did that. Liar!
I was looking at the one that you were like, that was in line with you, like, it was the one that was lit. I was looking at that one. Ooh, rubbish.
You were looking at a lit campfire, thinking I was asking if you lit it?
Yeah.
No!
I was thinking that maybe, like, you couldn't see it rendered in or something. Because it was across the water.
You're lucky I love you. I'd kick your ass.
Maybe you should bring it. Kick my ass anyway. Oh no, she's getting up.
You wanna go, little boy?
She would kick my ass. She would destroy me. I had my whim. Oh no, she's driving away.
Okay,
Life
so this is the one.
highway.
There's a log in the road. We could probably break it now, though. Oh yeah, for sure.
I'm starving to death. Let me eat these. Consume. Now I'm almost full. Yeah, I genuinely think coffee puts you from 0 hunger to 100. Like, to full.
Oh, I don't know.
Hey, what is it? Do we want rubber processor, beehive, or cooking pot?
Did we already get cooking pot? No, we didn't. We got
No.
the other thing. The cooking pot, I guess. We have a kitchen. Kind of.
Oh, beehive. I'm on an adventure up this hill. Aiko's left me behind, and I'm gonna be brave and not cry.
Okay.
Ooh, wah. Redwood in hand. Nope. Bottle cap though.
Now we need 2 electronics to make the battery assembler. How do we make electronics?
There might be 2 in the assembler.
Oh.
It's bolts and scrap metal. Not scrap metal, scrap. The sheet metal.
Oh, no, it says we need sheet metal. Fuck. The sheet metal's in there. I don't know how to take it out.
Double click on it or something.
There we go. I figured it out. I'm just dumb. Don't mind me.
It's okay, you're not dumb.
I can make 1 battery. No, I can't. Yes, I can. No, I can't. Probably. I don't know.
Oh my god, it's a dolphin. Half of the dolphin.
How many bolts?
Have a redwood. Oh no, that's a problem. This is an annoying path to get through. Are redwood around? At least I'm getting a lot of fiber.
Battery components. Casings, electronics. Glass, clay. Raw coffee beans. We need more raw coffee beans for the outdoor space.
I'm currently growing coffee beans,
Oh, okay.
so we'll be fine on that once the harvest is done. You tell me there's some redwood up here. This is a pretty area though. Like it's fall. Autumn.
I don't know what I'm making. I have discovered a power cell
Nice.
with 2 battery component or 4 battery components, hyperthread and hardened metal that can make a power cell.
Okay, well we don't really have access to hyperthread yet.
Nah. But what was I trying to make before? That maybe needed batteries. Was it an upgrade for the vehicle station? Gear station?
Probably an upgrade, yeah.
Battery components. Why did I only say I have 1? I should have 2.
Is it still in the machine?
No.
Oh, odd.
I do only have 1. Why? Why do I only have 1? Oh. Okay, I don't know.
Yeah. What's one inedible thing you wish was edible?
Plastic grapes.
Ooh.
Rubber grapes, just in general. Just the things that are like really chewy. Like really chewy things. Maybe Tide Pods. Tide Pods look like they can be delicious. I get it. I never once judged you guys for trying to eat a Tide Pod. I did a little bit, but not really. Cause like they look like they'd be edible, wouldn't they?
You know with a sunflower. It's hilarious.
They look like candy. I'm not a big candy person to begin with, but I'd try
I don't know
I'd
what
try a
I
Tide Pod if I knew it was
know.
edible, like an edible Tide Pod. If somebody made candy that looked like a Tide Pod, I'd eat it.
They found a weather station.
What the fuck do I even have? Why don't you tell me what I'm missing? This fucking mouse wrist pad that I have here. Tristan keeps trying to take it from me because I keep biting it.
She does keep biting it.
It's biteable.
Plastic is a good option. It'll give us a lot of food. Weather log, misty morning, mild winds from the west. Wind picked up this afternoon at 18:15. Equipment noted irregular surges.
If we
at
were
18.
going for like actual like life-saving kind of shit, technically there's a lot of things that we could eat. But like, are you referring to like has nutrients? Because then maybe a lot of things.
Dirt in that case.
Yeah, dirt. Feed the world.
Dirt everywhere.
Battery capacity.
What would I want to eat that I can't eat because it's not edible?
Let's to keep your engine cool even in the blazing heat. Oh my god, I have a feeling we're gonna be going to a desert soon.
Yeah, I think so.
Alright, I wanna make
Plutonium, I think, yeah.
natural or not. Kryptonite. Shit looks delicious. Like I took natural or not to be
Real or not.
Look, I don't need you fucking yucking my yum.
Heard that plutonium tastes like candy, but, you know, you can only really eat it once. I'm gonna have a long trek to get back to you, my love.
Okay, that's fine. I'm making things.
I'm overweight. No, it's just like real life. It has to be real.
So many limitations on this question. It was to be real. It has to be real. Okay. I beg you to tell Superman that kryptonite isn't real. He'd beg to differ. No made up minerals. Damn it. Damn it.
Black hole.
I'd still probably go with rubber. Rubber is chewy. I like it.
Rubber is chewy. It's really nice to just yum 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 on.
Yeah, motherfucker.
Nice.
I think I should make it, huh?
I'm almost back to the car. Hey, look, there's a giant log.
Now I need 2 more battery components and another sheet metal. Fuck.
Yup. I've cleared the road, my love.
I cleared the road first. I'm already past that point.
I know you have. I was wondering why that was still there.
I don't know.
You're going with ham cooking spray.
Oh, gross.
No
That
gross.
is edible though. It's just gross.
Unless you're talking about the can itself.
Oh, good luck with that. That's gonna explode in your mouth.
Sunlight.
The entire thing.
I want to
Oof.
photosynthesize.
Oh no, I'm making stuff. Don't the fuck with it. I'm making it.
What?
I think I need 2 batteries and some sheet metal, I think.
Huh?
2, 4. What?
You're
Tracy!
really low on scrap metal.
Yeah, I know, because I'm trying to make fucking sheet metal.
Eat the entire thing. Eat the can and spray.
I'm sure somebody has made it of cake, or made cake of it.
hope to one day grow up to be a cake.
You want to be a cake?
Yeah.
Let that cook for a second and I'll be right back. You go see what else is needed. One sheet metal. Okay. Okay.
Ourselves, casings and electronics.
Yeah, that was a pain in the butt, but I'm gonna make it.
I am proud of you.
Thank you. Nice. Smells so good though, does it? Does it though? Did you request a song called Pam Cooking Spray? Is there a song called Pam Cooking Spray? I don't think so, so I'm gonna see what wound up getting requested.
ありがとう。
Vienna?
Genuinely wonder what mushroom
I
soup's gonna be.
legitimately have no fucking clue what the fuck you requested. Because you've requested so many things. Oh, you got a sped up no wind resistance. That's gonna be interesting.
Interesting. So if
I like no wind resistance. Wow.
I wonder if these are different types of mushroom soup.
Ah, lost chat. I'm having a lot of electronics. I don't know
They are
how this
not
went up in my
different
pocket.
types.
It smells like
Wow.
butter.
Why not just eat
Butter.
butter though? Butter already is edible.
Bread. We still haven't gotten any tomatoes to make pizza.
We haven't. What's the point of mushroom soup?
I found a banana on the ground. I've got it. Just fucking random banana.
I genuinely don't know what the point of mushroom soup is because it uses 2 mushrooms and a water of any variety of mushroom to make a mushroom soup that gives you 22 nutrition, whereas the mushrooms give you 22 nutrition by themselves.
So you can say I ate popcorn. Not popcorn, sorry, there's popcorn as an option too. Oops. We need to go to our room and go to sleep.
Wolf time.
Alright. I think.
We wind down here?
Hmm?
We wind down here?
Well, I was gonna say I want to end the day. I want to end the stream. But I'm gonna refund all of the request songs points because he's requested a lot of songs, and I don't want him to lose out all the songs just because like I was like I wanna go watch One Piece.
We are gonna go weeb out with One Piece.
Why are the song request things not coming up right? Weird.
Thank you very much for hanging out.
Why does it only show the songs I requested?
Let me have a look at it.
It doesn't show anything that anybody else has requested except for well, now the loves, sure, but what the fuck?
Yeah, it really isn't showing the song requests. Sim said they were all played, no worries.
Oh. Okay.
But that's odd that it's not showing them at all.
Yeah, that's probably because it's already like, yeah, maybe because they've already, I don't know. That's so weird. But I want to watch One Piece and I want to raid out to somebody. So we're doing pretty okay. It's been over 5 hours now. I wanted to raid out an hour ago. So I think we're good.
Who are we raiding today?
Let's find out. Let's find out who's streaming. Let us raid. I know, let's raid Hika.
Hika raid.
Give a Hika raid. We love Hika. Raid Hika. And then you guys can give the raid message. Is it that raid message or that raid message? You know, you can choose between the two, but the second one's only going to work if you're subbed. So honestly, I highly recommend that one because it's got the fun twerk. You can't see it right now because Stream Elements is kind of stupid, but you know, we don't see it. But anyways, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Maybe. I say tomorrow. Probably tomorrow. Honestly, we can still play this game tomorrow. I'm just like kind of tired right now and want to watch One Piece. So I don't think I'm making guarantees for shit nowadays. I love you guys. See you guys later. Bye.
Bye bye everyone. Love you.